worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu Bowling Tournament.
Worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu Bowling Tournament.
Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PINAS. Di mo matiti ng aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malag crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Takas sa watawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official gaming phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. Our partner in esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
And there we finally have it. What is up, MPL Arena? And welcome sa ating lahat. My name is Hans Galleria, and together with me is none other than Karltzy.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Hans, and it's great to be here at the MPL Arena. Lalo na, I've been a long-time fan of MPL, and now I've been given the honor to host with you.
You know what? Just like you, everybody else na nanonood sa atin dito mismo sa arena, and of course, sa kani-kanilang mga sariling bahay, I am sure that you guys are ready and excited, amped up for what is about to happen para sa araw na ito.
Tama, at syempre, I've been looking forward to getting to know the fans and the teams na makakasama natin ngayong araw.
You know what? Let's not wait any longer. Irekta na natin sa Land of Dawn.
Sama-sama nating saksihan ang lakas ng Pinas.
This is MPL Philippines Season 15.
It is Sunday Fun Day, and it's the last day of Week 1 here for the MPL Philippines Season of 15. What is up, guys? I'm Nice2, joined here on the desk with Leo once again, and we can still say it's kind of the Wee Bear Bros, right? Wee Bear Bros with, what is that, Chloe from the show or something? Brigida.
Miss Brigida.
Miss Brigida.
I just searched her earlier. She had glasses. On a normal day, I also would have glasses, but I choose not to wear glasses today.
On Sundays, she doesn't.
On Sundays, we go no glasses.
Last night was quite the broadcast night. I was not part of it. You were not. We were watching from home.
Yes.
You were here on site. What was the energy like?
It was intense. I was there, and
You were
then
there, and
I
then
was
here.
over there.
Here and there.
And today I'm here. But I cannot believe how we just suddenly saw that sudden end to one of the longest running win streaks for Onyx Philippines just in the second day of MPL.
Night upsets.
It was, I would have to say, I was flabbergasted, man. My flab was gasted last night because
Get it checked.
I should, because I think a lot of people would too. I mean, watching at home, I was shouting for I felt like a madman, by the way, because I was shouting in my unit, and then I was like, I can't believe this is happening, just like that. And you know, it's a good thing I don't have neighbors on one side because that's where the action was happening. And I mean, the fact that Onyx Philippines, man, had a loss to Aurora, and we had that whole thing. That was amazing, first off, and I'm glad it happened, though.
My social media is blowing up. People are flooding me with, hey, your predictions are wrong. And yes, I know they're wrong, but that just comes to show that teams in Season 15 came to play, and the understood status quo is just but a concept. Like, we don't know who's really on top anymore.
Yeah, I can't even tell what defines the new era anymore at this point because all of the teams are they just keep stepping up.
Well, here's what I can tell. You guys can also play like a pro with the Infinix JT20 Pro, the MPL official gaming phone. Grab yours now and use the voucher code down below. It's INFIMPL to get up 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies. Don't forget the hashtags as well.
Play anytime and anywhere with Smart Power All 99. Now with 10 gigs for all apps, plus your choice of Only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or Only TikTok, plus Only calls and texts to all networks. More data, more GG, still just 99 pesos for 7 days. Load now.
Make sure you guys go ahead and load up and, again, get that voucher code for the Infinix phone there, because the one thing's for sure, man, I don't know, maybe it was the Infinix buff that helped Aurora, you know, continue on to win that victory, because I'll say this, they're impressive play across the board for all of them, but we got to focus on how we're going to end this Week 1. We start off with Smart Omega versus Falcons, and of course, for the second match here, we have TLPH versus Twisted Minds. Brigida.
Yep, I'm most excited to see how Smart Omega will be debuting in this season, especially as we recall their debut last season. It was quite a similar scenario for them, and I believe it was a win from the start for Smart Omega.
I'm excited for tonight's highlight match, that last best of 3 between Team Liquid Philippines and Twisted Minds. Number 1, Twisted Minds, to say that they're twisted is an understatement. You know, they're in shambles. It's so difficult to see what else they can do. But for Team Liquid, though, they swept Falcons last night. And a lot of people are saying, hey, that's a fluke. Maybe just Falcons wasn't ready. And tonight, Team Liquid can go ahead and do that again against Twisted and take pictures.
Yeah, they do, man, and I know we'll talk about this later, but like Oheb looked good, you know, and I can't wait to see more of that. But later, for this first matchup, again, what's new with the Brung guy? Because this is the first time, obviously, for S15 where we get to see them. The last team a lot of people were waiting to see. And we know that this is a team that has their own kind of individual star power when it comes to, you know, some of the players here.
Yeah.
But also just the fact, again, they're up against Falcons, the Green Falcons. And I would say some people that maybe had tuned in from the international broadcast, you know, over the weekend or just yesterday, we're probably wondering, you know, I know they're still getting, I'm still getting questions too, by the way, personally, like, where did the players go, you know, from Falcons AB Brentley? And then they find out, and then they see the play, for example, yesterday, and then some people might have felt a little underwhelmed, so maybe this is also a redemption game for the Green Falcons here against Omega. What do you think, Leo?
I am whelmed. There have been signs of Falcons kind of struggling, even back then in SBS, but at least I'm excited for Omega's triumphant return.
Yep.
They've been here for quite a while under several different names,
Yep.
But one of their stalwarts is, of course, the Mamba, Chaknu. He's been a part of the team since 2021 after winning MSC under execration, and now he's here leading these young guns, especially with the return of Lewis to the MPL main roster after spending an on and off year with the MDL. Brigida, you've seen him in action in the MDL.
Yeah, and Naizu previously mentioned what's new, but you mentioned it's the return of Luis, and that is actually what's new for Omega's most recent iteration of their lineup. So he'll be returning here instead of Ryota, and we're curious to see how well does this jive with this lineup of Omega, since I think they've been trying to build on that chemistry for quite some time now, but now they have to switch it up a bit more.
And I think it would be a shame if I did not mention Big J.
Big
We're,
J.
we're all big fans of Big J.
That's who I was looking at, man.
I don't think there's a single person in any MPL community that doesn't like Big J.
By the way, he is big, guys. Like he's probably as tall as me, or if not, maybe taller.
He's larger than life.
He's larger than life. Yeah, and you know, and he's actually who I'm gonna. I mean, Chaknu's already there. Like you know, you're gonna be watching to see what Chaknu does, especially with our current meta kind of shaping up right now. But even specifically for Big J, we know that he does like to play those playmaking gold lanes. But so far in the gold lane, we've seen a lot of Harith. We've seen a lot of you know, there's the Grangers that pop up there. You still who has Mozkov still has popped up. We've seen at least this week.
Carry in
Yeah,
there.
and these are all also marquee picks for Big J.
You like Big J?
Yeah.
And Brigida likes Big J too.
I like his hairstyle too.
You know, by the way, he's got a different hairstyle in the photo too.
Later you'll see.
In real life.
Later you'll see. He has braids.
I think he rocked those last year.
Dreads?
Or last season, yeah. Something like that. I don't know. I can't wait to see them walk in here. But, of course, again, for Smart Omega, I think a lot is left to be figured out, especially because that's the thing that we kind of wait and anticipate for week one. I think for a lot of the fans out there is to really see what they've been cooking up between the seasons.
So probably a lot of eyes as well on Chaknu and how he will be leading these two side lanes, which, as you mentioned, are actually playmakers for their team. And if we follow that train of thought, it's like a lot of them could actually be playmakers, and you wouldn't want to see it as chaotic as that. So I'm hoping to see some order to it as well, because once Smart Omega gets a hold of that kind of momentum in which they actually just follow a particular strategy or procedure or approach against their opponents, similar to like today for Falcons AB Brent, they just seem really unstoppable once they get activated.
Yeah, Coach Lembot and Coach Snap have been busy after the holidays and even through the first few months of 2025. So definitely excited to see how they've you know, shaped up Riku, Ukir, and Andoryu, the other player we did not mention, because, you know, with the injection of Lewis, you have to consider how these other players feel about that too.
Oh yeah, and Andoryu's been actually on a pretty good record for last season.
His stats were off the charts in Season 14.
And which is so, it's unfortunate because I feel like Andoryu ran under the radar a little bit. I mean, yeah, his stats, when you actually break down the stats and everything from Season 14, it's like, yeah, it was there, but also at the same time, the way that they come together as a whole as a team, I just felt fell short a little bit. So I'm hoping, again, we've seen teams do this before where there's like drastic improvement, you know, like from season to season, especially the teams that necessarily might not have flown out or gone international to go and compete. They've had plenty of time to go ahead and work on that chemistry and bring things together, and that's really what we're hoping to see from the barangay here. And of course, for Falcons, we just have to see if they've improved from the previous game, right? But before that, before the matchup, we're going to be throwing it over to the All Access segment here to hear more from our host and Smart Omega.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Nandito tayo sa isa sa mga player rooms this time ng Smart Omega who's gonna be making their debut game para sa araw na ito and for Season 15 in general. Also with me is none other than their ex-laner, Luis. Luis, congratulations, andito ka. Grabe siya, very softy daw. Softy sabi. Kamusta naman? Ano bang mga ganap sa'yo lately?
Okay naman po.
Ayun. Oh, tama naman. Oh, good to know na okay ka lang. I also wanna know kasi for this season, ano bang naging bago kay Luis? Kasi nakita na namin 2 seasons ago. I wanna know kung ano bang pinagkaiba ni Luis ngayon compared to the past seasons na nakita na namin dito.
Mas todo po yung grind ko ngayon kaysa po nung nakaraan.
Okay, you talked about grind, right? Gusto kong malaman, paano ka ba na-discover ng Smart Omega? Paano ka ba napunta dito in general?
Nagra-rank games lang po ako noon hanggang sa na-discover po ako ni boss.
Sino ba yung boss?
Si Boss
okay,
Jack, no?
sige, lapit tayo. Sino ba yung boss? Ayan o, ayan yung boss o. Ayan yung boss o. Nakaupo, senyorito. Pasa mo nga, Boss Jack. Boss Jack, gusto ko malaman.
Kasama sa usapan ta.
Gusto ko malaman, nung nakalaro mo ba siya the first time, ano bang sabi mo? Bakit pinapunta mo na siya doon sa bootcamp?
Hindi, umahanap kami ng batang tulonggis eh. Dati.
Tapos pasok, qualified?
Oo.
Qualified. Kaya pala. Sige po, salamat. Salamat. Di yun, nakita ka na. And then all of a sudden, the rest was history. Diba? Ang makakaharap mo ngayon, walang iba kundi si Flap TZ. Isa na sa mga, baka kasi magalit sa akin pag sinabi kong veterans. Flap, sorry. Pero yun na yun eh. Diba? So isa siya sa mga nakilala na dito sa eksena. May mensahe ka ba para kay Flap? Kasi ngayon, hindi ko alam kung aabutan ba natin. Pero ayun na. Ayan na, nakikita mo na. Andun na si Flap. Andyan na si... Oy! Ay! Anong papatalo ka ba? Pakita mo. Asa yung jawline? Ay! Ang dami na kaya. Grabe. Ang dami na kayari. Pero hindi, Flap. Papalag to very soon. Okay, hinay-hinay ka lang dyan. Ano message mo kay Flap, pare?
Good luck po sa ating dalawa. Galingan lang po natin.
Oh, may po pa ngayon, Luis, ha? May po pa ngayon. Maghintay ka. Karltzy, ano bang balita dyan?
Nako Hans, hindi naman magpapatalo ang kasama ko dito sa kampo ng Team Falcons, si Flap TC. Flap, anong masasabi mo sa message ni Luis sa'yo?
Galingan mo kasi mas gagalingan ko.
Okay, kahapon lumaban kayo. Okay, post muna siya. Ayan, kahapon lumaban kayo kontra TLPH. Ano masashare mo sa amin kung ano nangyari sa laban nyo kahapon kontra TLPH?
Parang, kagaya nung dati, tuwing first series, lagi kaming natatalo, di namin talaga maayos. Pero bumabawi naman kami kinabukasan or the second game.
Bounce back lang talaga every time. tulad niyan. Okay. Bilang isa sa mga veterano sa liga, ano namang mapapayo mo sa mga makakalaban mo?
Mapapayo ko sa mga makakalaban namin, galingan lang natin palagi para hindi sayang yung pagpunta ng mga audience.
Ayan, tama. Okay, good luck sa paparating yung laban, Flap. And mukhang handang-handa na ang ating Green Falcons at ating mga kabarangay. Kaya casters, back to you.
there it
There you
is.
go.
I heard he's been bulking up, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, I see it every day. His stories.
Yeah.
For sure, he's got a great routine.
He does. You want to get in on that, Brigitte? You want to get to the gym again? You remember those days?
I will. I was inspired.
You're almost there.
Thank you.
You're almost there. But when we break that down, again, it's interesting because you mentioned this when they were interviewing, and you guys get to help us with this question, by the way, because what sport was Lewis on the varsity team and when he was still a student? Because maybe he could beat Flap in one of these, the endurance test, maybe. I don't know if that's too much of a hint.
All right. Flap is gaining a lot of muscle, but for sure, Lewis can beat him in cardio, stamina, right? So which of these sports demand that much? I'll give you all that. So is it A, basketball, running up and down the court, B, volleyball, it's a smaller place to run, ice hockey. Who plays ice hockey in the Philippines?
Is that another giveaway?
Or D, track and field?
Trick question. Come on, guys. You could have put something better for C.
They
a little more
can-
believable.
They can do a 1v1
They can do a 1v1.
for whatever that is. So
Do we? By the way, do we give them the answer?
No.
don't.
Like I've noticed this while
don't-
watching.
We leave them hanging.
We leave them hanging. I was gonna say because I was even voting yesterday at home, and I was like, "Where's the answer?" So
you find out later.
you guys will find out later.
It's in your heart.
It's in your heart. In your heart. Heart of the cards at this point. I was also, by the way, the same sport that he was varsity in. I was also varsity in.
Oh.
But I did something different. It wasn't an endurance test. It was a strength test.
So our viewers have something to research about Naisu again.
Again.
Oh no, they actually. Yeah.
We found the music video.
They found it. Darn it.
Yeah.
I actually searched it immediately when you mentioned it too, because there were too much hints.
Yeah, there's too many hints.
You should like
You gave like
leave some for
too many. Yeah, like Jessica Sanchez, come on.
jump in.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll tell you this. Good luck with the poll and voting, and I can't wait to see them battle in the Land of Dawn, not on the field that we're talking about here. But just in short amount of time, everybody will be walking out and getting ready because we're about to start the matchup. First one to round out week 1. So sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to bring out the marshals first and then the teams. Let's welcome them on stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Juvin, Kiko, Patrick, and JJ. Making their way to the stage for their first match in Season 15, marching into a new era, Barangay Smart Omega! In the XP lane, the pride of Cebu, it's Luis. In the jungle, ang bangungot, Andoryu. In mid, it's Ukir. In the roam, the Chak Mamba, Chaknu. And in gold, Big J. Zoom. And their opponents on the hunt, soaring through the skies, finding their first prey, landing into the arena, Team Falcons. In the EXP, it's the Filipino cannon, Flap TZ. In the jungle, Karltzy. In mid, ang idol ng mga kids, Few. And in Rome, Master Ugwin. And in gold, Bulletproof Super Marco. And their coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach Trevor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and look at the lineup here for Smart Omega. Brig, take us through it.
You know, their signature or their identity is known to be full of surprises, full of setups here and there, and hard crowd control. So now we'd be expecting that similar kind of approach up against one of the most renowned teams in the Philippines. They have to take this first game that they'll ever play in the stage by storm.
Yeah, and I'm excited about this, man. You know, because, again, I want to see what they have in store for us for S15.
It's the alpha of Omega right now. I'll tell you now. They changed one, right?
Yeah.
Ryota sat out, spending time in the MDL. It's Luis. I feel like it's another kind. It's a new blend of the barangay we're going to see.
Right.
And it's been I feel like every season it's been little iterations of a new barangay. So hopefully it works, because up against them again are Team Falcons, the Green Falcons here. Leo, take us through.
Still one of the best pure athletes I've seen in the long run of MPL Philippines. 7 years. 7 years worth. One of these players have been around for 7 years, and that's few. I'm looking at him. Kids who used to look up to him are now legit 2-time world champions. I'm talking about Karltzy. So yesterday, Karltzy gave him something. I hope that Few uses that as fuel today to give something back to Omega.
Right, and FLCN himself mentioned that they tend to just immediately bounce back after such losses. So we'll see if that's true today, together with all those confident poses and facial expressions he's been doing.
That's a morale boost. You know, that's what you do when you wake up in the morning and you look at yourself in the mirror.
You do that face?
Yeah.
His pose does not have a cooldown.
It doesn't.
And you have to finish the
You
animation.
can spam it.
Finish the animation.
Yeah, I mean, he spams it in real life too, and that works. But that's the thing. I mean, for Team Falcons specifically, I would love to see the adjustments they made from yesterday, because even when I was watching, I was like, you know, obviously they had some mistakes that they had made in that game. So hopefully that has come together. But before that, they can correct all their mistakes by having the ping test here, and that's what we got to take a look at right now.
Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Malakas ba, boss, ko sa'yo, Kir? Ha? Narinig mo ako? Oh. Implosion from Keyboy!
Eugene Jackming, parang malaki LTC lang magsulo. Ayokong kunin yan! Gusto ko ng crab sa gold lane, sa akin. Kasi ng profile picture ko, malas eh.
We had the implosion from Keyboy. He's got
suddenly?
I don't know. I just think it's such an iconic line, you know?
Right.
I feel better knowing that it's not just us who pull out falsettos in mic checks.
Oh.
That's true, that's true. Yeah.
Luis might be sitting on this desk someday.
He might be. You never know. You know, that could definitely be an opportunity in the future for him, and maybe he's going to be on English, right? But right now he's going to focus on this game ahead of them. And again, this ping test for everyone tuning in is just for the players, of course, for the integrity of the game and making sure everything's set up. Also, leading into the game, we got to take a look at MPtheKing's keys to victory. Brigida, take us through.
So for Smart Omega, clearly one of the most iconic heroes that Luis has ever used in his career was the Arlo. But it's not just limited to that. They need to be able to set the tempo even without it, even amidst the new XP laners that are on the rise. Because actually, this is for Falcons, right? Or no, that's for Smart Omega. Because for Falcons, they need to be the ones breaking the tempo that Smart Omega will be setting. Because again, we've previously mentioned, they're known to be a team who relies heavily on crowd control. I think even being second in terms of overall average crowd control time in the previous season of MPL, and even despite the changes again in their lineup, that very minimal changes, I don't think that there will be much of a significant change in their approach. And for both, focusing on the XP laners, they of course have to give us the explosive performance.
Again, this is a reintroduction to Luis. We've seen him in prior seasons, but for a lot of fans just tuning in to Season 15, who is this young man from Cebu? Right. Who is this former... I almost
varsity player, or varsity player, but you almost gave it away.
Who is this young athlete playing for Smart Omega now? Play explosively. And for the Filipino canon, that's when he does best. That's when he won the Season 12 MVP. That's when he won the M5 World Championship MVP, by being explosive.
You know, and before we get into this draft here for game number 1, that's one thing that I would say, if you've been a fan of Smart Omega for a while and you've been part of the barangay, setting that tempo is always really, you know, they've been known for having specific timers from season to season to season. Well, what is that tempo? What is that time for them starting here for S15? That's what we're about to find out. Going through the first bands, though, nothing too crazy. The Matilda is going to be taken out here. Phoveus, Harith, and there it is. Luyi, Fanny, and of course the Jushin. This leaves open some prominent first picks that we've seen before. Do they actually prioritize a Granger here, or what are we thinking they go for first priority?
I'm looking for the jungles. Oh, yes.
Joy.
So it's going to be the Joy for Andoryu. So that leaves Falcons able to pick up the Suyo for later. Because for now, I'm looking at the Granger, which you've previously mentioned, for Bulletproof Marco. And possibly another power pick in the XP lane. But they took out the Phoveus. So at this point, if they still want to be flexible, though, there's the I'd say it's too early for the CC2. So probably a mage, since they've been so focused on taking out some of Okir's heroes. Which reminds me, one of Okir's signature heroes used to be the Faramis, right? But oh, they pick up the Suyo immediately and the Granger.
Okay. I mean, it's safe. You know, the Suyo, they just want to go ahead and pick it up. It's a classic matchup, too, that we often see on the Joy and the Suyo. And then, of course, Granger is just a safe bet.
Does Coach Trevor know something from Smart Omega off season? Here's just me. I'm just thinking. Might be a little crazy here, but what if there is a pocket mid Joy?
Pocket mid Joy?
But
that they're afraid of. Yeah.
And they immediately show the Selena too. So
never mind. That
yeah,
already ends.
I was trying to consider of whether or not Chaknu would be using the Selena, but knowing Smart Omega and based on the first 3 picks which they showed us, it seems like they've revealed a lot of the damage sources from their lineup already. So for Falcons, would they want to pick up their mid laner here too for Few, or just leave it for later since Few is one of the most flexible heroes as well? So they just go for the Badang. Oh, right. Badang has been quite unnoticed for the first 2 days, actually.
He was picked up a couple times, I think. I mean, the utility of just, what is it, a fist crack?
But not as prioritized as before,
it's not as prioritized, but like just the utility that he brings to team fights is really good.
Edward played one hell of a Badang last night. So.
Yeah.
So now, what would you... I think twice about picking up a mid laner here who just like stands still while using or casting its ultimate.
So no Vexana?
So yeah, probably. Or even the Farsa Eve. But the range looks really good for Team Falcons here. Like, it complements well with the Granger with the amount of poke.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of possibilities if it's in terms of counter-engage. But that Valentina ban right there, what could Chaknu be planning to use if they're like taking out the Valentina from this point? So could he be possibly...
I almost see him just going like maybe a Tig.
Yeah,
or
that's
something like
real.
that. Unless is okay, they go with Hilda, man.
But if it's like Chaknu months before, it was mostly... I think he was mostly using the Cho or the Grok.
Cho, Grok.
There's still Hylos too.
You want to go
for the
deep?
board.
Kufra's still out there.
Wait. Oh, by the way, the collab.
The
collab, yes.
Collab.
So
we'll be seeing that soon.
The same.
He was the same one from last season.
Correct. I was gonna say he came back. He bought tickets again.
He did. He's back here to see the action.
Okay.
I think he's part of the Brung guy, by the way. I think, right? Is he on the Brung guy side?
I think he's on Fal.
He's
Where
part
was
of the
he?
nest. He was part of the nest.
He just disappeared.
Last ban here for Smart Omega. It's probably still going to be focusing down on Fuse options.
Oh,
Whoa, okay,
wow.
they take out the Jawhead instead.
Yeah, no Selena Jawhead matchup for us, I guess. Ogwen probably will be using the... Would they want to secure a winning matchup immediately here on the XP or add a little bit of crowd control? AOE, since they might be needing a bit more of that. Also to serve as a front here for both Super Marco and provide the openings for Karltzy. There's no Gatot anymore. The Lucas is still there if you want to fight their lineup head on. Oh,
okay.
They pick up the Farsa even against this lineup.
Yeah, I think in a way it's just, again, you lock in something for Few here. It covers ground really well. Even if you, let's say someone gets hit by an arrow, just taking a warning shot with a feathered airstrike is going to be good enough to kind of keep them at bay. But it's also a lot of early damage, and that's one of the things they have to consider here, especially with a Joy across from them. That's the only thing, though, right, too, is like, and I think that's why the Badang kind of fits into this. You can help, obviously, bring that utility, but there it is. This is that tankier pick that we were looking for Smart Omega, too. The Edith is now up.
So they went for the range here for Team Falcons, and Chaknu will be going with the high loss instead. It isn't entirely new to us, but it seems like a very straightforward kind of approach for Smart Omega, given the heroes that they decided to field in this game. So for Ogwen here, he might want to pick, or for Flapteasy actually.
Yeah, we don't know.
Oh.
And now we do.
Oh, wait, so it is going to be XP Badang.
That's nice. I mean, it was a flex maybe to see what obviously popped up there too. So they get the Tigreal to go ahead and help round this lineup. And yeah, Badang in the XP lane.
It seems like it'll be a very aggressive early game for both of these teams. It reminds me of how Smart Omega tends to really go for the first blood all the time back in the previous season. But Team Falcons with their lineup, they just seem ready to fight against that.
But Big J isn't as readily quick as Super Marco. So Super Marco definitely needs to take advantage of that, especially with the range.
Yeah. He's got the range that he can work with, but taking a look at the lineups one last time before we jump into game one here, you guys can go ahead and decide, too, which team has the stronger draft here. Is it Smart Omega? Is it Falcons? Leading
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Match for day 3, MPL Philippines S15, and the first time that we're going to actually get to see Smart Omega play, and this is the draft they bring to this game 1. And with that, too, again, we know that they can play around with this mobility. Like, anytime you see Joy in the jungle, you're going to be working around with the mobility, and you top off that by having that Hylos there to help kind of slow down the opposing team. But you just have to watch out for the amount of crowd control from Falcons here.
You would really want to be as aggressive as you can, especially as Ukir here. But one common trend we've been seeing in the previous games as well is just how teams up against the Selena just try to make sure that they gain control of the mid lane. Their mid duos tend to be more aggressive, but now that the Tigreal is in Team Falcon's hands, so they kind of probably could play around that a little bit more. It's the hit or miss concept of the Selena that they really have to take into consideration for the early game.
And looking at the emblems here, too, you know, the Flap TZ running with a hybrid as well, you know, just helping them on this Badang. And I know there's a couple different versions of Badang, XP lane, and even that Roam version. So, hold on. Whoa, Chaknu.
Early revitalize on a Chaknu. Gets hit with a Retribution. Slow down. Is there enough damage? Yes, there is. Karltzy draws first blood.
That Abyssal Trap didn't even hit. That was some sort of way, but this is what we're expecting from Team Falcons. Once you deny that snowball, that early threat of those quick rotations coming from Smart Omega, which we aren't really seeing right now since it seems like Ukir is trapped here in his lane. It's one of the biggest threats you could have as a Selena. Like, if you're not able to rotate and be a huge threat using those random Abyssal arrows from different angles.
Okay, Lewis comes down to the mid, gets that level 4. They're going to go ahead and start up this fight for the first turtle. Falcons will get in position 2. They've got what they need.
Looking like they're taking it slow as Few catches an arrow. That's a man down for Team Falcons, but Karltzy finesses a Retribution. The implosion by Ogwin, and Doryu bites it. Ogwin gets a kill. Big knockup. Lewis barely standing, gets hit with a fist crack and the fist break. And now Chakun the only one left. The surge and the finishing touch, the flourish by Kyle.
Ukir's left alone here. Will he still go for those 3 members?
Ogwin knocking them up, serving up a triple to Karltzy.
I'm not sure, you know, if the concept, the idea there from Ukir was like, I want to get 1, but unfortunately ends up giving another kill over to Karltzy. Talk about it, early game power spike already for Suyo, 4-0-1. Oh.
Yeah, and everyone there were grouped together. So even when that single Abyssal arrow connected onto a great target, speaking of another target, that's Few.
Whoa. Purify already spent up, serving up a kill. Ukir goes, Chaknu, Glorious Pathway defensively used. That is a 1-for-1.
Oh, 2 immediate Hunter Strikes picked up for Super Marco and Karltzy. We haven't even paid much attention to the gold lane, but given all the action that was happening towards the opposite side of the map, it seems like Super Marco was able to gain a really good control of his own lane. He's ahead by almost 1,000 up against Jome. This is not looking so good, but at the same time, something we'd probably expect from Smart Omega in the early game.
I mean, that's, you know, I know you like to play Suyo, Leo. That's every jungler's golden dream, if you will, because it's golden month, right? You get 5-0 right now on a Suyo. You got the Hunter Strike this early.
I did this earlier today.
You did? I was there.
It feels great.
I was there.
It feels great. Oh, Flap Easy catches 1. Serving up a kill for Few. Nice pick off for Falcons as Omega is left reeling. Again, Falcons drafted a lineup that goes online much earlier. I didn't expect it to happen on the other side of the map.
It's funny because Brigida mentioned this before into the game. Like, both lineups look like they want to start aggressively, and it was just Falcons that started the flight earlier in this game 1. Garnering nearly a 4,000 gold lead at 4.5 minutes in. This turtle should be theirs. but it looks like Smart Omega actually wants to contest it.
Glorious pathway by Chaknu, deterring any retreat from Falcons. Turtle falls, Karltzy gets an extra shield, slays it, 100%, 2 for 2 so far. Feather airstrike by Few. Look at the back line, Andoryu trying to find idol ng mga kids as Chaknu tries to deter any more retreats once more. FLCN gets one, Lewis served up a kill, and now Super Marco blasting away. Sever from Karltzy. Now the Primal Wrath, and Super Marco slays the wild Centaur man as they walk away with more kills still on the board. 4,000 gold ahead.
That team fight was long enough for Super Marco to make it.
Yeah.
And he was able to get that kill, which could just probably add up to the way he's currently leading in terms of gold. He's the highest earning man in this game so far, and that isn't looking so good. If he gets the Sky Piercer immediately at this point of the game, then the range will be a huge threat here for Smart Omega.
Asking you shall receive.
Asking you shall receive. He's already got it locked in, so you know that's why he wants to be joining these fights when he can. But I was also impressed with the fact that even despite that deficit before that turtle started up, that Smart Omega was actually able to go ahead and duke it out for that fight and last that long. You know, the only downside, and I know the Salinas have been popping up a lot now, and it's like you throw out the arrows, if they don't land, it's unfortunate because, you know, you kind of have to wait for the next cooldown to be up before you can actually do much in a team fight kind of objective there. Oh, Gwen, not going to land that.
Okay. Well, I mean, the lineup here for Smart Omega, the concept of like having Chaknu constantly gather information or constantly be in the faces of Falcons actually increases the chances of those Abyssal Arrows connecting, right? And actually finding ways to start the team fights for Smart Omega. But as we've previously mentioned, it isn't like they actually spot out members from Falcons alone. It's always that they're grouped together or paired up, similar to what we're seeing across the map right now. And even when they decide to go in, it doesn't feel like their damage is enough. The fights always get split up, and even when they go for their targets, it just doesn't work!
Chom gets taken out off camera as Karltzy and Few, alongside Ogwin, dodge a quick pincer attack. Super Marco retaliates. Lewis taken down. Chaknu down to half health, backs off. That was a gank that I think Omega wanted to take for themselves, but Falcons instead finds them in a trap.
They went that position for the sandwich play, and then it just kind of backfired on them. Again, you have to take in consideration just how far ahead, you know, items and gold-wise Falcons are. So even though that might have worked in their favor, ultimately it just backfires.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate that it was Jome which fell first for Smart Omega.
Looks like they're ready for a fight. Flicker Implosion coming in from the Master. The answer, the Feather Strike. Glorious Pathway set in by Chaknu. Marco shut down by Andoryu, though too much of the electrical beats. And Chom gets taken out by the ultimate combo of the Filipino Cannon. 2 for 1 the trade.
How do you dance around the members of Falcons Esports if you were Jome? You would want to go with your heavy crossbow, just run around and damage their members, but you'd have to take into consideration the burst coming in from Few at this point, that well-reserved and timed implosion plays from Ogwin, and the disruption from FLCN. It works so well for Falcons Esports now that they're able to group up so early.
That's why I like but you know, and I've been a fan of Badang before he started fitting in this meta. But you're going to take a look here at the replay, and great implosion here too, but watch Flap. Like, this usage of the Badang stops that tempo. It breaks the tempo that Smart Omega was trying to build, and that's why Badang fits so well in this current meta, because he's able to do that, and that's the utility that he brings. I mean, obviously, even when you build him like this, right, he's pretty much tanky, but it's mainly for those abilities to go ahead and get the fist crack in, get the ultimate down, and everything else. So very great usage of the utility this hero brings to these team fights.
Oh my god, look at this. No regard for self-preservation. Karltzy goes straight for the BOD. He doesn't care. No, I don't want Winter Crown. I just want to kill.
Yeah, it's actually just Flap, which is kind of tanky right now.
They get one in, plus the snipe from Super Marco from downtown. Chaknu falls.
That was just well lined up right there, you know?
Yeah.
And it keeps happening. Andorra, I'm not sure, again, if you want to really be in two kind of risky positions, but maybe if you're Smart Omega, this is just kind of what it results to, Brig.
Yeah, you can't just go in if you were Smart Omega, even if you were Andoryu. Few also has the Blood Wings already, so he will probably have higher chances of being able to escape or even use the Wings by Wings to get away from all those attempts from Andoryu. And if it weren't Andoryu, earlier we've seen this scenario where Jome actually tried to just dish out the damage, but aside from the fact that it still wasn't enough, the fist crack, the fist break, they were all reserved from him. So amidst all the chaos, Flap was just able to make sure that Jome was someone they were able to pin down. So things aren't becoming that easy for Smart Omega, especially as now first objective went into the hands of Falcons, and it doesn't seem like they'll be letting any outer Earth stay after this.
Yeah, this is tough too, because if you're looking at the lineup for Smart Omega, like, you need quite a bit of time for them to actually get online, especially for this Irithyll. You know, again, Ukir is only really able to land off the shots, but then you can't really follow up even if you get an Abyssal Arrow off just because of how far behind you are. So these turrets are going to be made quick work of while they wait for that Lord to approach from the bottom side, but they're just going to go in.
They pop the Holy Shield, ushering in one small siege minion, and top lane as well. We'll see a crash on the wave. Smart Omega doing their darndest to quell Falcons' push.
Yep, and Doryu just will really try to minimize the amount of waves that will be coming in, but we can't deny the fact there's a concealed play as well from Master Owen. They could threaten away Smart Omega. I cannot see the tempo setting come in from Smart Omega.
Few pulls out the Feathered Airstrike, pushing in bottom lane inhibitor. That's just the top lane left for Smart Omega, and they're doing their best. They are holding on. They can't even leave their base.
They can't leave the base. 11 minutes in, 12,000 ahead. Just a very one-sided game one here for Falcons so far, with the Barangay just kind of trying to figure out what can we do. They've resulted in throwing Andoru all over the map, trying to cut waves, steal, but his team.
Andoru, they need you! The flicker and the onward from Lewis might not work out. Okir falls first. Lewis follows up next. Chaknu down as well. It's a double for Kyle, and that leaves 2 to defend.
There's Andoru.
You want to buy time, but how could you in this kind of situation where Falcons just keeps going for it?
Charge Surge, finding Andoru, forcing him to back off, retreat into his own side of the jungle. Oh, he's playing possum. He's just having Falcons chase him down. Kyle and Andoru.
Cat and mouse.
All right.
They're up top.
Hiding in one, surges into one brush, feints the recall. Karltzy severs to heal. Andoru running around. Tom and Jerry. Trying
to catch him here. The rest of the team, they're happy with that. They got all the turrets.
In comes Few. Wings by wings. They know that they're in the Y brush. And the stun and the takedown. All the ults thrown to take down the Nightmare.
What perfect timing. Andoru won't be there for the Lord. Not that they could be confident enough to contest it either way, but that just minimizes their chances of making other plays, which could like bring up their goal, because that's what they need. That's what they need right now. They're clearly at a disadvantage, and it feels like a very passive situation or gameplay from Smart Omega.
This is one of those situations where you just, I don't know, even for me, it's like, man, we gotta move on to the next. You saw the damage, right? I mean, even Okir and Jome were behind Flap. And I know, you know, Flap, for the most part, playing this Badang, he's been able to just set things up with that fist crack and the fist break and everything else, but that's a big problem for Smart Omega. The Lord is obviously taken. It's going to get ready to march in the base. Falcons did everything they had to on the first Lord, getting all the turrets down. So base is exposed, and now you're facing probably one of the biggest leads this weekend, deficits that Smart Omega has to deal with as this Lord marches in.
I mean, if they get to go for the bounty onto Karltzy, that'll be a lot too, but how could you just go for him? Everything is being set up perfectly for the damage dealers of Falcons, and now that we're just waiting for the Lord, I don't see any play that Omega could do at this point, not unless Luis decides to go in with a flicker, but they started themselves.
Karltzy compromising Andoru. The Glorious Pathway coming in, and they're revitalized from Chaknu. The Lord, the implosion, the Feathered Airstrike, all but the kitchen sink thrown at Smart Omega. Lewis and Chaknu fall. Andoru trying his darndest. Double kill for Super Marco. Down goes Jome. Ukir the only one left, and that'll be it. Game 1 goes to Falcons.
A dominant game 1 for Falcons as they fly high already. A massive, massive lead that the Barangay could do nothing about.
That last sequence looked very, very sad for the Barangay. Imagine relying or wanting to rely on your setup heroes, on your frontliners to tank and soak the damage as well as create an opening for you guys. But they're the first to be taken out. They were the two recipients. Chaknu and Luis were the recipients of the implosion, and that was all that mattered here for Falcons. They need not worry about the damage dealers anymore because they knew that they could gain immediate access given the lead that they had in their hands.
You know what? I'd be lying if I said Omega's draft was consistently connected. I think they were trying to do a little bit too much across the board.
Yeah.
I think, and if that's the case, this was literally the key to victory here for Falcons, right? Was like disrupt or break that tempo. So if it was Smart Omega really trying to set a tempo, man, they just never had a chance, and that's exactly what happened in the game. And, you know, even for Flap in that last sequence that also Brigham mentioned here, like Flap to go in, start the fight. Remember, the Lord was a ways away. They just go ahead, they whittled them down from range. Flap started the fight. They had no choice but to be forced into it. And then that gave that perfect moment, that opportunity for Ogwin to jump in and land that implosion.
Yep.
And I don't know, man. Like, I mean, they all had a massive games here, like leads and everything. But what MVP we're going to see in here in just a second, I'm assuming it's Karltzy. Like, he had such a snowball game on this Suyo. Yep, okay.
Yep.
Of course, MVP for game number 1, Karltzy here.
You mentioned breaking tempo, but I didn't feel like there was any tempo to begin with for Smart Omega because it was Karltzy who immediately snatched the first blood, and that was onto Chaknu, which I also feel wasn't able to serve as much as the frontliner or the tanker for all the damage, because given the range of those Death Sonatas, all those fettered airstrikes, even him being able to receive all that felt like he couldn't take all of it, and that was his main role. Every single time he decided to show up against information, they would find some ways to poke him down, and he'd have to use the glorious pathway defensively, away from everyone else. And even when Smart Omega tried to go for the trades, they knew it. They didn't have enough damage, and this was that moment wherein Chaknu immediately fell, and it just seemed so hard for Smart Omega to bounce back right after that.
It felt like one of those things, because we talk about tempo so much, it's like, in my visualization of this, as we see the highlights here, is like, you guys know those tempo-based games when you got to hit the things on the right moment? Like, you come with your best guitar setup, your gloves and everything else, and you immediately start hitting the wrong notes, the wrong tempo things.
Called rhythm game.
The rhythm game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Project Diva. Hatsune Miku. I'm a big fan.
You were the ones in the time zone arcades holding the bar behind you.
That's DJ Max. That's DJ Max Respect. Reloaded.
Respect. Yeah. But that's what I felt like. You know, I just feel like and we're going to mention this, like they really didn't get any tempo going. And it really started in that early game when that first blood went over. And they just kind of honestly got slaughtered here in game 1. It was not anything going in the way of Smart Omega at all. So hopefully they can make a quick adjustment going into game 2. Otherwise, Falcons might just go in with a similar game plan.
In comparison to a lot of the games we see in days 1 and 2 of Season 15,
yeah.
I think this is a game where you can say it was over even before the Lord was inside the base. At around 9 minutes, I think you could have said...
that first Lord, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked like Falcons knew that it was over.
Yeah, even when they were just chasing Andoryu around the map, because Andoryu was trying his best to at least still get some farm across the map, even on the opposite side of the map, because I don't recall any turrets being taken down. Yeah, this confirms it. Omega wasn't even able to get a single turret off of Falcons, and that was a very difficult position to be in, given the lineup that they had, which kind of makes me wonder as well as to what could have been their backup plan. Because there was clearly a major condition that had to be fulfilled in the early game, given the Selena mid lane and the Hylos alongside her, right? But given that it wasn't able to be as successful as they should have made it be, then what could have been the backup plan? Because was it just really Big J on the Irithel? Because I don't think even Big J could have served enough damage to deal with all that.
I think a big problem here, and this is what we're seeing actually, just current meta, and a lot of teams are doing this, is you have to take that risk-reward factor or the pros and cons of a Selena pick. Because I think, yeah, again, Big J was the major damage that could come through here eventually from Smart Omega. You know, obviously we know Joy has good early game damage, but when you get so far behind, it's tough to deal with. But then again, Selena, you're there for those setups with the traps, obviously vision, and then the arrows for those stuns. But if you fall behind, in comparison to a Farsa that is just popping off damage from the beginning of the game, it's not even, it's like night and day, you know, the amount of use that you get from this pick that Few has in comparison to Akira throughout the game.
Yeah, Few has confirmed damage. Few has confirmed utility. Ukir was at best providing vision,
Yeah.
and then the arrows, if they don't hit or they hit the wrong target,
you just run around for a little bit. You
yeah,
know? That's what you do.
You go back to square one. So
Yeah.
that's what I hope Omega fixes going into game 2.
Yeah.
Just a more easy to execute plan and something that's more consistently capable of fighting back.
Well, hopefully they can, but also for you guys watching at home, to stay updated with everything MPL PH, join the MPL Philippines official group and the MLBB official Discord channel. Share everything with the MPL community. We got stuff for you guys there.
You also have the chance to be featured as the Super Fan of the Month. Just scan the QR code right about, yay, they're over there, all right? And be part of the MPL PH family.
To be a super fan of the month, just share any news and updates in the group, engage with the community, and keep it positive. We appreciate you guys. Again, there's so many great community groups out there, but that's the official one. So we want you guys there, of course, joining us and sharing your discussions, because you know what? We have learned over the seasons that a lot of you guys, you might have bigger brains than at least I do. I won't speak for everybody else, but there's definitely a lot of people out there that have bigger IQ.
Yeah, that's why sometimes we
Than
include
me.
some comment down below options in our community polls, because we really get a lot of input from our community from time to time. Some even really worthy of being used officially on broadcast, so just keep them going.
For sure, there's at least a dozen people who have a 100% prediction rate that come to my videos and say, you got it wrong. Yeah, why, how did you not see that coming?
There's always going to be those people, man.
No, they're right though. They're right, I'm wrong, do whatever works for you.
Hey, at the end of the day, I want to hats off to you, man, for being brave enough to throw your predictions out there in the public, because not everyone would do that. I don't do that.
And I'm still here.
And you're still here.
That's right.
Yeah, I'd love to have you continue your predictions.
Right or wrong, I'm going to be here.
I'll tell you this, though,
You know
man.
where to find me, yes.
I will find you right here, and I'll tell you. I think a lot of people's predictions were off on week 1.
Oh, yeah, for sure, especially last night.
Especially last night,
Especially
because
last
I've
night.
seen the clips going around, even the official community group that we just mentioned, and over on the Discord channel, and then over on the other platforms, and a lot of people have reacted to yesterday's performances.
Trolls were busy last night, telling everyone you were wrong.
They were. Again, but we love to see your guys' feedback and, of course, your thoughts on everything happening right now. Week 1's always exciting. It's a time to kind of witness what a lot of the teams have been cooking up. And right now, Smart Omega, we saw that. Hopefully, we can see more for Game 2. But before we get to Game 2, we're going to throw it over once again to the All Access segment. Let's see what they have to say.
Now, just outside the MPL arena, we are here right in the middle of the Infinix Fancy Laban booth.
Kasama natin dito ang mga fan representatives ng ating mga teams, at ngayon makikita nyo dito ang mga fans from Falcons Nest at ng ating mga kabarangay dahil sila ang naghaharap ngayon.
Alam mo, para mas madaling ipaliwanag, halika. Tara dito, okay? So, para mas lalo tayong maging malapit, dito you're currently looking at Team Falcons, yung kanilang fanbase na tinatawag na Falcons Nest. Meanwhile, on the other side, yung mga kalaban nila ay...
Dito naman sa kabilang kampo, nandito ang ating mga kabarangay from Smart Omega. At may standings din ang ating Infinix Fancy Laban.
So obviously, more or less best of 1 lang talaga yung magiging scenario. And I think kung sino yung mga maglalaban na pro teams during that day, sila rin yung mga mafe-feature na fan bases sa darating ng mga laban, right?
Yes, and every week nangyayari to, Hans, ang ating Infinix Fancy Laban. So we encourage everyone to come here and join us.
Kaya agahan yung mapunta dito para may chance kayo na mapanood ng mga susunod nating mga laban ng mga kapwa fans nyo rin. Because who knows, you might be the next Infinix Fancy Laban champion na naganap na rin kahapon. But for now, since you all know that, we're gonna toss it back to our casters.
All right, for some of you watching there, you're probably what's going on here, right? I know that was mostly in Filipino and Tagalog there, but Brig, what is Fansiklaban? Like, what are they? What's going on?
What's a
Fansiklaban?
What's a Fansiklaban?
All right, so based on what they mentioned, Fansiklaban is simply the fan base version of the MPL. So if you're a fan of a particular team, you can come in early and then join the Fansiklaban and fight against the other fans. So you represent your own team, and this goes on for the entire regular season. I believe they even have their own standings being flashed at the ending of
they play in the playoffs
week.
too, right?
They also have a playoff.
And they also have sometimes casters even cast those games.
It's as close as you can get to playing like a pro.
Well, join us while you can. We're going to take a look here. Again, this has been a hot topic of discussion. Selena's ranked game data. Here's Fuse MPL PH all-time Selena stats. Like 38 games played rank 1. So this is like the most games played. And he has an all-time win rate of 55%. He is the guy.
He is Selena.
He is Selena.
In MPL Philippines.
Oh, so that's why he wasn't so threatened playing against it even.
He knows.
He knows.
He just knows how to dance around all those arrows and even avoid. Because sometimes I feel like I'm a abyssal arrow magnet.
I feel like, hey.
I am too.
You are?
You feel like Brenny Sports then in Circuit Makati about 7 years ago.
7 years.
In 2018, when Signal Ultra then, where Few was playing, won an MPL championship in the grand finals. That's you.
Is that? I mean, that was part of the Idol Among the Kids. Like, I mean, that's when.
That's the era.
That was the era, you know.
I mean, it was like from a Fanny to a Selena.
To a Selena.
Right? Like,
to everything.
He used all the high mechanical heroes.
He Grangered in the SEA Games.
True. So everyone just kept looking up to him, and he's also the first to bring it back.
Yeah, he was the first player to pick it up in MPL PH season 15. And then, I mean, we did see the Selena pop up as early as, what, SBS, I think was like probably. Because we didn't, if I recall right, we didn't see an M6, did we?
Nope.
Nope.
It was not an M6 at all. Came through an SPS. So.
After the rework.
Yeah, after the rework. So, I don't know. Again, I feel like it's a good hero. It's a good pick. It serves its purpose. But you have to be willing to take the risk. And that's what I like about the hero, because for me, like, it is balanced, because obviously if you're not landing the shots, not landing the arrows, you can't really do too much in between that.
The Selena does well in clearing waves and bursting randos just hiding in bushes.
Yeah.
MPL Philippines Cast Search 2022 winner Burrito showed me that it's safe to clear waves and to use your kit to help in clearing waves.
Yeah.
Earlier we played ranked games, so I'm a believer. It's just you have to use it well.
Yeah, you have to use it well, and it would be interesting to see, you know, now that we've thrown that fact out there, is if it's actually that Falcons get their hands on a Selena. But again, you build the lineup around it, and you can go through there, because looking at the first phase bans here, they do take out a Granger. We do have Falcons on the blue side. This time we got Smart Omega on the red. So we'll see what the priority is going to be for Falcons. What do you think it's going to be this time around, Brigida?
Could it be a Harith here, since there's a Phobius ban as well? The Luis taken out, but that's like something you just can't allow to be there, but then they see ahead and don't allow the Harith to be taken here by Team Falcons. So could they possibly just revert back to the jungle trades here if ever they wanted to? And they will be deciding to go with the Joy. So for Omega, this time around, they could leave it for later. The Suyu could be just taken later, third, if they wanted to. Right now, I'm looking at either the Irithel's maybe too early to get picked up, so...
Matilda's open.
The Moskov.
That's a Big J pick right there.
Yeah.
So
that's Big J.
That's him. Like, I think he had some of his best performances in S14 on the Moskov.
Oh, they still get it. Okay. They pick up the Moskov and the Suyo, so Super Marco, I think he's free to just decide on whatever pick he wants to use for later, unless they wanted to go for the Irithel right now. There's still the... No, the Eve is still there, if they wanted to go for that. But they have the Joy in their hands either way, so they go for the Irithel already. Okay.
And that was the Hilda. This was banned out in the previous game. So I think it was second phase, so it was banned out. This time around, though, yeah, they take the Irithyll. And so now, really, when you look at Falcons, it's like, if they played the last lineup already that quick, this lineup with these 3 picks are quick, too, in terms of mobility, but obviously the Irithyll, and that's what we saw the struggle being in the previous game for Smart Omega. Like, you need some time to build up on it.
And if this were to be an XP Hilda, just in case it is, like, how does Luis stop those fast rotations, right? Oh, but this is a very decisive roamer for Smart Omega. I like this better. We can potentially see a lot more plays being made across the map, and I'd like to believe it is going to be paired up with a high damage dealing mage as well. I'm not entirely sure if they'll be banning the Selena though, since the matchup too is pretty good.
Already between the Jawhead and this Suyo, that's a lot of damage.
That's
you know.
That's we know, not just me, bro. That's we know.
That's an M6 special. The teams who played this duo,
we did this,
knows that you control a lot of the early camps if you do visit. But here's the thing. I like the Jawhead into the Hilda because you punish the vagrant Hilda. The one that's just randomly hiding in a bush. You throw it into the rest of your squad, and then she dies.
Right.
So it's a good pickup. Like even Jawhead was banned in the same spot in game 1.
But that's why I'm wondering if Falcons might do the same thing where this Hilda pick, they could possibly flex it like they did with the Badang earlier on.
I hope not.
Like, what if, you know what I mean? Because we said that day 1. And we saw it a couple times.
And
it
lost.
Yeah, it did
it
lose.
lost.
It did.
Gloriously.
Well, I mean, they took out majority of like the threats too for the Jawhead right here. So they should be confident enough to pick up what's left in the mid lane. The Sicilian, the Valentina. Because even the Faramis is out.
There's
the Eve, the Farsas,
Eve.
if they really want to go for that. They're confident enough since they already have like some sort of playmaking hero in their hands too. But given their lineup, they still go for the Valentina. So even if Falcons decides to go for the Farsa again, or the Eve even, that'd still be okay for Smart Omega.
This is also just really good because even, I mean, obviously you get your choice of ultimates, but just having that Terrify effect, let's say you go in for that, you know, ejector and you do toss someone up, keeps them there a little bit longer if you go ahead and, you know, stack up those CCs, if you will, and allows the Suyo to be able to make plays. Because some of that early pressure can just be in the side lanes early on, and those 3 heroes alone, when you're rotating in that trio roam combination is good enough to get Suyo kills. So I think it's Smart Omega really wanting to emulate what Falcons did for Karltzy in the previous game. You know, get the start going, get the ball rolling early on. So what is the answer? What's the response here from Falcons? It's going to be a chip and an Eve.
Whoa, 2 major ultimates. Literally overwhelming Okir in terms of choices.
You could say 3 with the electrifying beats.
Right. So now for the Luis hero, which was left last, like what does he use to stop those quick rotations? What does he use to go head-to-head with Hilda? There's the CC that's still available, but they still decide to go for the Hylos.
Hylos XP?
Hylos XP.
When was the last time we saw that work? Legit question, like I forgot. I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while. I'm not saying it's never going to work. I'm just...
November?
I'm inquiring.
It's been a minute. We're going to ask the stat guy for that one. I know, shout out to Redmar. Redmar's probably at home right now looking it up, typing in his master stats, you know. But it's interesting that they go this way, but I do feel like I'm going to lean towards the fact that I like what Smart Omega did for the draft, at least in Game 2. I think the tools or the pieces are there for them to go ahead and have a similar start than Falcons did in Game 1. The only thing is how do they actually respond to the fact that, yeah, there is a lot of ultimates for here, for Akira to go ahead and take. Not only that, but then you also have to be mindful of the chip. We have seen the chip fall off in the past, but we still are reminded why it's such a good pick when it does occasionally pop up.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
There's no clear answer to the chip. Like when Ogwin says it's go time,
it's go time.
Omega better be ready to go time.
And if you'd want to think about picking up an AOE ultimate similar to the real world manipulation, you can't just immediately decide to use it when you're taken by surprise by those sudden Y-walks or shortcuts coming in from Team Falcons, and they're likely to do that. You have to position yourself if you were Okir. So if you decide to go with that, you'd have to take into consideration an ultimate you could use to respond to those surprise attacks, or if you wanted to be the playmakers this time, which is, again, mentioned in our keys to victory, then something that could complement that aggression.
Yeah, and while we wait for the teams here to get settled, of course, in the early rotations, just a quick reminder and heads up, you guys can go ahead and grab your tickets right now for next week's matches. Head over on the line to go ahead and find those and grab them because they do go fast. Now, looking at the emblems, Brig, anything sticking out to you?
Nothing too unusual. There's, again, the speed, the mobility taken into consideration for Flap, but Luis, it seems like his role here is just really mainly to tank all the damage, given the emblem combination. So I'm starting to see an idea of how Smart Omega really wants to take this by team fight, given the kind of emblems that they chose to go for and given the lineup. But then there's a Jawhead too, so like they have multiple choices.
Luckily, Falcon's damage profile doesn't really threaten Lewis, at least until the late game. He can tank it.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, at this point too, it's a little calmer of a start, but Chaknu might be looking to try to catch Ogwin here.
Oh no! He's cornered. Pops the Purify, forced to respond. Ogwin sitting there about a third of his health, as Lewis tries to pull out the turtle.
I think it's good though. Get that Purify out before this turtle fight.
Yep.
He isn't 4 yet. Ogwin doesn't have his ultimate yet though. So they're just simply zoning each other prior to this turtle.
Both teams unsure if this is a turtle or not. Andoryu retreats to the orange buff. Ukir here gets blasted in front. Ogwin waiting for
there you go.
The full-on shortcut, pulls a trigger. This is enough to make enough space for Falcons to get that turtle. Karltzy scores.
That was beautiful zoning coming in from FlapTZ. Unlike Ogwin, deciding to clear a single XP lane minion and getting a hold of his ultimate by the time they were dancing around the turtle, Chaknu was being zoned out so well he wasn't able to gain any experience. So they weren't able to fight or contest that turtle that was controlled by Falcons.
It was peaceful deterrence. There was no violence, no blood was shed for this turtle.
And maybe that's the best, I mean, for both the teams right now, because even for Falcons lineup, right, we already talked about how they need some time to build up, and that might be part of the game plan. If they can avoid these fights that obviously Chaknu is going to be looking for on the Jawhead, then so be it. You know, don't let it break out in the fight if you don't have to, even though you have some of that early damage already, for example, for Karltzy. So just secure these objectives early on.
Yeah, they're avoiding it so much. We haven't seen any kills. Now that even we're nearing the 4-minute mark of the game. And if I'm not mistaken, was Omega the team to set the 10 minutes into the game, we still don't have kills game last season? And I think it happened pretty early on too.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those, I feel like, especially last season. But, you know, this is more so the case too that Smart Omega, that they needed this. Oh, Chaknu?
Whoa, Karltzy knew Chaknu was there. Power of wildness. Serving up a kill to Karltzy, first blood drawn, and now the answer. A stolen real-world manipulation. Few flickers on out of there, denying Omega a clapback.
So many resources used up by Smart Omega. The flicker from Chaknu, the ultimate from Ukir, the stolen real-world manipulation. But still, they weren't able to take out Few.
Oh, inside the jungle, Omega faces off a shortcut once more. A peaceful invasion.
As much as it can be.
A polite theft of the buff.
It's literally like, hey, we're here. Thanks for the buff. Uh-oh, Jome.
Oh, Jome! Big J about to get squashed here by
Whoa!
And an SOD plus a flicker to deny that two-man gank. Moving up to the turtle. Omega collapsing down. Karltzy with the steal! Highway robbery! Once more, politely.
Politely as it gets.
Everything's just politely being done by Falcons here. I don't know if there was a well-timed stun coming in from Ogwin too, but that was just such a clutch retribution play coming in from Karltzy.
Give me your turtle, please.
Give me your buffs, your turtles, and everything else, please. And what makes it funny is Joy is like the perfect hero for that to happen. Because you literally just, you know, step on in with your beats, you grab it and leave.
With max stacks, so you have the immunity, and then you get on out of there. Better than even Suyo, because Suyo has that moment, that window wherein if you get hit, you get hit.
Yeah.
But Joy can say, yeet.
Yeah, and they have little to no resources to do that just yet, not unless Chaknu just really reserves those interruption skills. Luis isn't always together with them during the objective takes because Falcons just does it so fast. They do it so quick, aside the fact that they're able to always surprise a Smart Omega. Even looking at the positionings here for Ogwen and Karltzy, you cannot split up if you were Smart Omega. That'll be an easy target for Falcons, but just the same.
FLCN welcomes 4 into that Y brush. Ogwen deep behind enemy lines. All right, there's no theft here.
Yeah, not going to happen this time. But it was, you know, Karltzy pushing up on that tier 1 turret top side, gets that. He's just having a good old time. Like, he doesn't really have to join these fights, and that's one of the powers of the chip, right? You know that because when Ogwen decides, all right, I'm dropping down my shortcut, you can just have the whole party there if you want to. Yep. So he's going to put pressure elsewhere because he already knows. Again, he has that kind of that freedom to do that against Smart Omega's lineup.
Yep, and the Falcons are just too quick to rotate. It's always Ogwen being the first to get hold of the important brushes. And even now, I'm pretty sure they have an idea that they're just standing right there, but oh, look at that damage.
From few alone. Ukir down to half health. That was but a poke.
So how will they be dancing around the turtle this time? They're being blocked off by few with just those void crystals and void blasts.
Oh man, right now I'm sure Flap, if he could on this hill, that he'd be doing that pose just right in the faces of Luis and Chaknu, because that's just another objective which really can't be contested. I mean, and what's sad about it, if for Smart Omega, like, you have the Jawhead, so your whole goal is to go ahead and get those pickoffs, but literally the only person that's been in range for Chaknu to catch is mostly Flap.
Yes.
Like, you're not going to, even if you toss Flap, he's just going to sprint away.
Yeah, because it's going to happen in the brushes.
And his itemization is perfect for what Omega brings. Lady, gentlemen,
look at him.
Anti-Karas and tough boots. And look, he's going to survive this. Real world manipulation, stolen away, and he lives!
He's doing the flex right now.
What did I say? He lives!
And if they do decide to go for Ogwen, he has the Purify. So like there are so much limited options for Smart Omega to decide and engage in a team fight. Oh no!
Chaknu goes down, FLCN finds one, and the rest of Falcons collapse on this tier 2 down bottom.
This is more along the lines of some surgical gameplay going on. And anytime you've got the chip, that's what you can do here.
This is vintage Falcons. Even as far back as when they were Falcons AP Bren, when they were AP Bren, they would just slowly collapse down onto you, strangle your resources, take you away from your farm.
Yeah. I can imagine him doing the pose each time he uses that sticker, but wait!
Glorious pathway by Lewis, unable to save Andoryu. He goes down. That's a kill from Marco, and the rest of Omega retreat.
That seems like supposedly a lot of ways for Smart Omega to slow down Falcons. But it isn't enough. Not even the Glorious Pathway, not even the real-world manipulations can prevent Falcons when they decide to go all in, when they decide to commit into a team fight.
So does that mean it's all on Jom?
It doesn't have to be, is the main point here for Smart Omega lineup, because again, if they were able to catch out Flap earlier on, you saw that they had close enough damage to kill him, but they just didn't cap out the kill, and that's again because of the fact that, you know, Ukir, when he takes that real world manipulation, then maybe he's able to pop out enough damage, but look at the itemization. You know, he's too far behind right now to actually pump out that damage, so they're just going to lose this Lord as well.
Shortcut down bottom! Big J gets sandwiched by 4, and the rest of them retreat. All this while, Falcons was taking the Lord. There's nothing on the board for the barangay.
That was very unfortunate. Jom was just trying his best to farm. That was typical Moskov split push gameplay, but that was anticipated here by Ogwen, and it was an immediate response from the rest of the members of Team Falcons.
And going back to that question that Leo asked, is it all on Jom? Well, they don't want it to be there, and they're not going to let it happen. So, hey, a milestone for the idol. Few now ranks 3rd in MPL PH all-time kills, 1356, surpassing Benny Cutie, and they're looking for more.
Falcons looking to penetrate. Glorious Pathway set down by Lewis to help the rest of Omega retreat. You can almost feel Omega's nerves as Falcons circle around them in the sky, waiting to crash in. Holy Shields taken down from mid and top.
Shield's already popping. So they're going to go ahead and work in with this Lord, at least looking to take maybe 1 or 2 turrets again with this type of lead like they did in the previous game, can Smart Omega defend it?
That's a stolen real-world manipulation. Ukir helps set up the defense. Lord, down to a tenth of its health, will go down, saving that inhibitor.
Yep, it seems like a very disciplined approach from Falcons. They wouldn't want to risk having to fight under that turret with incomplete resources.
There's a real-world manipulation coming in as the rest of Falcons bear down on this mid lane inhibitor. Omega's base penetrated, top lane up next on the docket. Chaknu gets hit by a Void Crystal, a Void Blast. In goes Karltzy, popping the ult, clearing the wave, and the turret falls. Looking for the snapback. Here's Omega, the flicker, and the ejector. Chaknu goes down. Lewis finds Marco, though. A double kill for Kyle as Andoryu falls.
Andoryu falls. I mean, Chaknu finds the right mark, gets Super Marco, but again, what are they going to do off of that? They lost the 2 base turrets, and that's only that first Lord.
Yep, Falcons were already happy enough with what they were able to get during that entire sequence. They might even attempt to still go for this last inhibitor turret for Smart Omega since they only lost the Super Marco either way, so they can still possibly push up the waves. And I mean, look at that zoning. They're just dancing around the members of Smart Omega. But fortunately for them, they're able to defend. And Jome, at this point, already has his Trinity build. So somehow they already have a bit of damage to dish out, but they have to be very, very careful.
I think at this point, it's more so what we just witnessed, right? It's like Smart Omega, most of their chances or most of the opportunities that they get are going to be from Chaknu deciding to go in and kind of like sacrifice his body. Like that's the story of a lot of roamers out there, and that's, you know, how it usually goes when you're this far behind. Now, not to say they can't turn this game around. We've seen some crazier things already in week 1.
Yep.
But it is looking a little dire. So they've got to be able to go ahead and catch up to where they need to be. And also part of this is also, again, Ukir, how he's utilizing the ultimates that he's taking. And most likely it's been the real manipulation. Ogwin, though.
Ogwin sets up a shortcut. Here comes the cavalry. The nest unloads. Jome put down very low. Karltzy was taking the Lord, and he responds. Lewis gets slain, and the rest of Omega retreat. They can't take this fight.
Oh, they want more?
It's not done! Ogwin sets up a CC. Ooh. Not enough as the rest of Falcons want to take another lane.
There was already an adjustment. There were members watching Jome because they already had an idea that that could happen. But even despite that, it wasn't just a successful team fight for Team Falcons. It was an objective secured for them. They already have the Lord marching down the middle lane.
Once again, the power of the chip and that shortcut, and now it's Smart Omega, the barangay on the defense here.
An enhanced Lord crashing into the base, waiting to jump through. Oh, Chaknu looking low. Andoryu goes first. Chaknu survives, but not long enough to help quell this defense as Falcons get their first win in Season 15.
And congratulations. The Falcons here flying very high in the series. The first showing that we get from Smart Omega. And it's unfortunate for Smart Omega because, again, this was a strong showing back-to-back from Game 1 to Game 2 for Falcons.
Yep, but teams tend to start from kind of a similar situation. Even Falcons, right? They didn't get a win immediately upon entering the season. So we're looking at Smart Omega to bounce back in the coming weeks, in the coming days, because for Falcons, they've completed that already. It was clear that they were already in sync and they knew what they were doing the entire series.
Falcons was in this very same position. Their opening match in Season 15, a sweeping loss.
Yep.
There's still hope for the barangay.
Every single team at this point, I mean, week 1 is always that kind of week for teams to find their footing. And obviously this is going to be the case here for Smart Omega as they take their bow here. And we'll see how they adjust, but that's not something they're not used to, right? This is something that they go through from season to season. And honestly, a lot of the teams, that's what I'm looking forward to in Season 15 in general, is just there's been so many surprises already. And it's good to see kind of the shakeup that's happening right now. Yeah. I mean, talk about even having a week where, you know, your previous champions and your world champions face a loss, right? So there's a lot of opportunity for these teams to take that adjustment and move forward as the weeks go on. Because again, it's only week 1, and there's tons of things that can change from here.
Yep, it's the first match of today, Sunday, but look at the amount of fans and audience supporting the barangay. So I'm sure they're pretty optimistic for their team as well.
And that's something you can never take away from the barangay.
Yeah.
very loyal, very loving, very passionate fans. Glad to see them here, but tonight it's all about Falcons.
It is, and we're going to go ahead and throw it on stage with our hosts and Falcons for the winning interview.
Wala na yung kaba ng kabuuan ng Team Few. I don't know kung nakita mo kanina, but everybody was really happy and rooting for you dahil nakakuha ka ng 2 achievements just by this match alone. You are now 3rd in all-time kills in MPL PH history. Can you believe it? As a mid laner, na-overtaken mo na si Benny with 1,656 kills all over your entire career. At hindi lang yon, kasi this is also his 200th match. Hindi lang game hindi lang game. So umabot sa point of view na bata ka pa lang, tapos naka-face mask ka pa, naglalaro ka na rin, tapos kasal ka na, naglalaro ka pa rin, 2-time world champion ka na, naglalaro ka pa rin. Ano bang nagdadrive sa'yo? Why do you keep going this far, just, showing everybody what you can do?
Para sa akin siguro yung passion ko sa paglalaro, tapos yung lahat ng taong nakikita kong naniniwala pa rin sa akin, kaya nandito pa rin ako.
There's a lot of people who do believe him, Karltzy.
Okay, ako naman, Few. Ay, lapit ka sa akin dito. May tanong ako. Well, first of all, congrats sa inyo ni Madam IC. Masasabi mo ba mas inspired ka maglaro ngayon?
Siguro, mas inspired. Kasi para sa future talaga din namin.
Yun. Okay. Okay, Few. Kapag ka kasi binabanggit ang hero na si Lina, isa sa unang naiisip ay ikaw. Tapos ngayon, lagi na siyang ginagamit ulit sa RG. Isa na dyan si Burrito. So, what are your thoughts na bumabalik sa meta si Selena?
Masaya naman na napipick na ngayon si Selena kahit hindi siya ganun ka-successful sa tournament. Pero sa scrimmages kasi pati sa RG lagi siyang lagi siya nasa pick or nasa ban. So siguro tatry pa namin i-polish na yung playstyle ng Selena. Hanapin namin kung saan talaga siya babagay bago namin ilabas ulit.
Favorite mo pa rin naman siya?
Apo, favorite.
Okay. Okay, next naman kausapin natin si Flap. Flap!
And, wait.
Ayan, mukhang...
Lumalambing pa si Flap. Okay.
Mukhang swerte yung post ni Flap kanina. Isa pa nga. Okay, Flap. Hindi lang yan yung swerte mo, I'm sure. Isa na sa lucky charm nyo ay yung fans nyo sa Green Falcon. So ano namang masasabi mo sa mga fans nyo?
Sa mga fans namin dyan, thank you sa magpunta. Mga fans namin dyan, maraming salamat. Gagalingan pa po namin.
Si Konzi. Nandito.
Gagalingan pa raw nila.
Gagalingan pa nila. Flap, hindi pa tayo tapos. Gusto ko malaman, ilang kilos na ba ang nabe-bench press? Ilang kilos na?
80 kg.
80 kg. May 80 kg umaabot? Meron? 80? Ilan?
4 reps siguro.
4 reps. Sabi niya 86 reps daw eh. Pero hindi. Kayang-kaya. Kitang-kita sa physique. Now, you guys just gave Team Falcons your very first win. You're under a new organization, Flap. I want to know how it feels. Kasi this is a totally different scenario, but you're still the same squad. Kamusta ba maging part ng Team Falcons representing the Philippines?
Kahit anong org po, basta kami pa rin yung magkakasama. Masarap sa feeling kasi kumbaga nandun pa rin yung chemistry namin tsaka di na namin kailangan magbago ng chemistry kasi magkakasama kaming lahat.
And you guys are still together getting your very first win. Your winners, Team Falcons Philippines. Boys, you may now take your walk of victory. Falcons Nest are really happy, and boys, you may now take your bow. Team Falcons, the Green Falcons, the Falcons Nest, they are very much happy getting their very first win dito sa Season 15.
Yes, Hans. And unang match pa lang yan ng araw na to, pero kita na natin yung giggle sa players, especially Team Falcons, para ipakita yung mga baon nila.
Well, I'm sure that with that clean gameplay, our casters will have a lot of things to say about that match. So casters, take it away.
Thank you, Hans, Karltzy, and also Falcons. I got a lot to say about that. Did he say 80 kg?
He did.
He's repping on the bench?
He did. What was it, 5 max?
4?
5 reps max?
Four?
I think he said 4.
Okay, well, Brigada, I heard, is getting really
And
close to 80
86.
kg.
I like counting rounds, so 5.
5?
Is what I said.
All right. I'm going to have a bench off. We can join him, actually. We can do a bench off.
You want to do a lat pull?
Not me.
We can.
Lat rows?
I don't know about that, because look at those guns right there, man. FlapTZ getting MVP, by the way.
Yep, and
on the Silda.
It didn't feel like there was any way for Smart Omega to stop this, and this was one of the main reasons why Hilda became such a priority in the XP lane, why it was used even in the roam because of its capability to disrupt and just constantly be in the presence of your opponents and just heal every now and then once you get into the brushes. So you could see the immediate respo all the time.
I'm glad it's never stopped. Like that face and the moat that is also in the game there. But, you know, taking a look at the MVP highlights here for this game. Again, this great usage, and I know it's FlapTZ here with the Hilda, but you have to commend even Ogwen because, again, from what we saw earlier in the week, just yesterday, and how they came together here in this game, it's the synergy. And this is like you mentioned, Leo, this is like the old Falcons AP Bren when they were AP Bren that we saw before. You know, the way that they executed and played and rotated around this game was really showcasing that.
And it was mainly off of FlapTZ's lead.
Yeah.
He was the one constantly living in Omega's side of the map, which allowed for, a majority of the polite theft that went down.
Yeah, I also like how you mentioned Ogwen because even when it came to points wherein we would think that the chip could do so much whenever they already exposed the base and whatnot, they were even able to time the usage of the shortcut so that it could just buy them a little bit more time to push some inhibitor turrets or even the base. During the last sequence, the shortcut was laid out right there and it's considered as a unit, right? So like the turret somehow still attacks it every now and then you still get to provide more space for Super Marco and for the rest of the members to just lock on that base. And they didn't even prolong it anymore. They knew that they could have just ended it right then and there. And for the second game in a row, Smart Omega is yet to take down or get even a turret off of Team Falcons.
Yeah, it was just really a similar thing where Falcons approached this with the lineup that they had. They just didn't let any kind of tempo start from Smart Omega. So I think that's one thing that Smart Omega has to do going into week 2 is figuring out how can we get our footing started in these games, regardless of who we end up playing, because that seems to be the case here. And a lot of these meta picks that we're starting to see pop up and shape in this is going to have to be answered by all the teams out there. I mean, even Chip, when it's thrown out there, you know, by certain teams that do like to go ahead and draft it.
Yeah, I think there was a clear attempt from Smart Omega this time to set, quote-unquote, that tempo. There were multiple attempts from Chaknu, but again, it was so hard for them to get the perfect target. In that single moment wherein they did, Falcons were ready to fight back. And in the few moments they decided to go for Flap, he could just, again, heal in the brushes. If they went for Ogwen, again, he had the Purify. And it was impossible for them to either throw Karltzy or even Super Marco.
All right, fair enough. We did say that Omega should set the tempo and then Falcons to break it. Only one of those teams got to do what their key to victory was. Because, all right, given it is a small sample size, I don't think we know what Omega's tempo is just yet.
Yeah.
Like, what are they about in Season 15?
What is the new timer?
Yeah, what does a Lewis Omega look like?
That's true.
That whole be explosive, you know, obviously like Flap here. He's probably one of the most explosive XP laners that you're going to see just in general, inside and outside. Just athletic. And, you know, for Lewis, yeah, like you mentioned, he kind of maybe needs to find his own footing in the XP lane, but then that'll transition once the whole team gets there. Because even for Big J, man, like Big J didn't get any room to do what we're used to seeing from Big J.
It's not like it's the first time we've seen a whole team collapse on Big J and then him get away with it, right?
Yeah.
Given here he didn't, but in previous seasons he did.
Yeah.
So like, what can they do, right, to help that happen again?
Yep, they really need to find and identify like the timings they want to pull off. Because for the games we've seen today, I'm not entirely sure if they're really more early-centric or not.
And with the next matchup here to round out week 1 for day 3, we have TLPH versus Twisted Minds. So we've all got to get ready for this one. TLPH off after yesterday, I think, was a great showing for a lot of people. It's also great to see what Twisted Minds would be able to do after what we saw from, day one, if I remember right. They played on day one, and have they gotten to a position, because I remember the three of us over here, we were mentioning that, it seemed like their own minds were a little bit twisted in day one. It was rough. And so hopefully, given this amount of time they've had up to this point for now day 3 and going against a team that TLPH, man, they were phenomenal yesterday. Hopefully they can bring something to the table here.
I mean, some familiar faces, former teammates will be seeing each other too.
MVP reunion, MVP reunion.
Hey, we'll talk about it later.
But they have an idea of how the other plays, right? But as a team, I think that's what really counts. The way that TLPH is able to perform as a team, even with their newest addition, that's what we failed to see from Smart Omega here, and what we're hoping to see from Twisted Minds, especially after already gaining day 1 experience.
Yeah, definitely. And again, for Twisted Minds, it's one of those teams that I would love to see rise up to the occasion, and they can start there. So we're going to be thrown over to the stage once again with our All Access. We'll be back after this. Let's throw it over stage.
Right after the match, para sa araw na to, we still saw a lot of matches. Of course, Team Falcons right behind us, fresh from that victory. Pero as of this moment, kasama natin walang iba, kundi ang isa sa mga representatives ng Infinix, none other than Miss Jelly Buwan. Jelly, it's so nice to have you here with us today. Maraming salamat for giving us your time. I want to know a bit more about what Infinix has in store for MPL Philippines. What can we expect from the brand moving forward for this season?
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Good
Hans,
afternoon.
And thank you for having Infinix this afternoon. Grabe, very excited kami this season because we have a lot of things going on for our fans. Of course, the overall MPL community. Of course, as the official gaming partner of Team Aurora, we'll be having exclusive watch parties for their fans and our fans as well.
That's fun.
And then we also have the Fancy Laban booth. If you go visit the Infinix booth over here, you can experience the official tournament phone and of course compete with other teams. Then lastly, we'll also be having the Infinix University League, which we're opening up nationwide. So this time, di na lang siya within the metro. And then lastly, of course, madami talaga.
Okay, go ahead.
And then lastly, of course, we're expanding the Infinix GTverse. So aside from the phone, we'll be also having a GT Buds, a GT tablet, and of course a GT laptop. Because at Infinix, we don't just build powerful devices. We make sure everyone enjoys the game and experience lakas sa laro with Infinix.
Man, you can literally play like a pro. Kasi gaya nga ng nasabi ni Jelly, the Infinix Fansik Laban, you're using the best phones available on play. At yan din, yung ginagamit ng ating mga MPL players. Now, I want to know a bit more about those programs that you've mentioned from a while ago. Specifically, the Masterclass program. I want to know what's it all about.
Right, so it's a first for Infinix. We're visiting universities nationwide as mentioned. And we're educating fans and students about esports or probably a career in mobile gaming.
Okay.
So, and we might also bring their favorite esports players. So, yeah, that's what we have.
I mean, nabanggit mo kanina yung team, right? So, hindi malabo na makita nyo sila sa inyong university or maybe somewhere else. But, Jelly, I also want to ask you to invite them to come over at the MPL Arena para ma-enjoy din nila yung booth ng Infinix.
Guys, go watch MPL Live. There are a lot of exclusive prizes, not just from Infinix. We have Time Zone, Smart, and a lot more brands here. So, sobrang saya. Let's go. Let's watch.
Jelly, maraming salamat for taking the time to do this. And I am sure everybody else is ready for the next matchup because it is going to be Twisted Minds going up against Team Liquid Philippines sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 15.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu bowling tournament.
worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi nabitin with 10 gig data plus only Facebook or TikTok and more. Load now!
Who needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends?
Enjoy a night of Impromptu bowling tournament.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matikin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, Laging MVP, surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
And welcome back from the break between our first series earlier, and now we're ready for the last and final match ahead of us to round out week number 1. Again, I'm Nice. What is up, guys? And this is once again Leo and Brigida joining me for our last match. How are we feeling?
You were going to say it. It's We Bear Bros.
It is. I said it earlier, and I was going to say it again. We Bear Bros with Chloe.
Except that, yeah,
You're the Chloe.
I'm human, right? Like the character is a human.
What are we?
Bears.
We're bears.
Oh.
That works, you know. But just to let everybody know, if you missed earlier on match 1, we've got Few achieving 2 milestones in that sweep against Smart Omega. Very dominant games, by the way, for him. So Few, he reached, what was it, the 200? What is it, 200?
It was a match milestone and a kill milestone.
And a kill milestone.
He surpassed Benny Cutie.
Yes, he surpassed Benny Cutie. By the way, Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos. All you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and don't forget to miss out on that because it's an amazing deal. Join in on the Time Zone Fun.
Let me tell you all about TT Racing.
Yeah.
Get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher, MPL 2000. That's MPL 2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing gaming chair giveaways during the MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info. And just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
They have my back.
You did it on,
Yeah,
she did it on cue.
I just had to show it.
Okay, it's got your back. And again, exciting for you guys because eventually you'll get to join the giveaway for them. Now, for our international viewers out there, I'm not sure 100% how that's going to work. If you guys do happen to win something, I hope they can ship it out to you because I believe their stores accessible to our, at least in the Asian audience watching on the English stream. So again, congratulations to Few achieving the 2 milestones there. That is phenomenal. And for Smart Omega, they've got a lot to recover from, I feel like, before next week.
At the expense of the barangay, the Falcons actually won 2 very fast games. Sub 15.
Sub 15 for both. Was the first one like 12? And then I know the second one was like 13 something.
Yeah, and they were like, I thought we would be breaking records too. Like we wouldn't be seeing as much kills, but then nah, they still ended the game with clashes here and there and kills over to the members who didn't want to die the most. Big J wasn't able to
that's true.
play Big J over there.
Tough for Big J.
More than my prediction rate going down, I hate that Big J didn't get to play, man.
Yeah. Well,
Big J's my guy.
It's only week 1. You know, we might see more Big J plays next week.
We gotta.
But, you know, they pointed out earlier, too, like we're going to mention, he does not have the same hair as his picture. So I'm not, maybe that's part of it, right? But, again, best of luck next week to them. Now, looking at and focusing on their matchup here, the last one, from MV3 to Oheb versus Hajizi. Oheb and Hajizi's all-time stats as teammates. For those that didn't know, these two used to be longtime teammates.
Yep. The MV3 is officially split up, all of them. And imagine just being together, or just not being together for season 11, but the entire seasons 8 to 14, we're so used to seeing Oheb and Hajizi together in a team.
Just to put this into context, 6 seasons is 3 years. Amongst those 6 seasons, 2 world championships. They were together, and how weird is it today that they're wearing different colors?
Wearing different colors, and that's exactly why this is our highlighted match of the day for you guys watching at home. You know, these, and this has kind of been a story, at least it seems like it's going to be the trend for S15.
Yep.
Is a lot of these players who used to maybe be, you know, teammates at one point, they got split up, they got shuffled around, some went outside of the Philippines, and now they're back.
Yeah.
And you just have this huge kind of mesh of history and just information from each other of playing as teammates, and then now you're across from each other.
Yep.
And one thing's for sure, especially, you know, if you guys caught the games yesterday and you saw, you know, TLPH, obviously we still call them, like they are one of the Titan teams. They're so strong. They have all these great, phenomenal players. But now you have that addition of, you know, here's Oheb.
Yep.
How does he fit into that, you know, that lineup that people were so used to seeing of TLPH and formerly Echo? But then now I would say most people are like, man, we do miss Benny Cutie, but like Oheb seemed to fit like right there, man.
The Cavalry was happy with the way they performed for their first game, absolutely. And I know it kind of feels sad, especially for fans of like the former Oheb Haji combination, their duo, their synergy, which reminds me of the way fans were this sad too when we saw Kellera and Chaknu split up. It gives off that same kind of feeling, but look at Kellera now, right? Like it gives way probably for one of these two players to really shine and get his own spotlight once more.
Yeah, I feel we're going to have to digest that a little bit here, but also we got to ask our community out there, and you guys can go ahead and let us know which season was the first and last time until today that Oheb and Hajizi went up against each other in MPL PH. Now, some of you guys might know, some of the historians out there, you know, but is it A, season 4, B, season 7, C, season 14, or D, season 11? And by the way, I'm just going to throw it out there because I don't know if they answered it. The trivia we had for you guys in the last match, for those that are joining us and were there, it was track and field. He was varsity. Luis from Smart Omega was a varsity player for track and field. Now, when are you going to get this answer? We'll give it to you next week on day one. No, but you guys can let us know, is A, B, C, or D for joining us there. So, because I know we know the answer.
You just showed it.
We did. Did we?
Oh, yeah.
You have context clues.
We have context clues, Brigitte.
We didn't spell it out.
We didn't blatantly put it out there and then ask.
Okay, never mind. just answer whatever you think is the right answer. For those fans there, they'll definitely get it right.
Fans of MB3 would know, though.
They would know. That's what I'm saying. Like, those are, you know, there's a lot of fans out there, even the international ones that aren't necessarily here in the Philippines, that were huge fans of MV3 and just the history there between those two players. So the way that kind of unfolds in this matchup, I think, you know, everybody has kind of had this expectation of TLPH now after what they saw yesterday. I can't wait to go ahead and digest more about Twisted Minds because, you know, and I know in just a little bit too, we're going to have a little bit of a break here, all access here in just a bit. But the main thing for Twisted Minds is I feel like when we saw them on day one, like we were basically saying the same thing, like what is this expectation of this team? How is this going to work for them? And, you know, being surprised at some of the shuffling around that they did too. I think for Twisted Minds in general, they had a lot to work on now that they're going up against a team like TLPH.
Yeah, there's such a contrast between the way TLPH was able to introduce their new lineup here in Season 15 compared to Twisted Minds and the way they played their first series, right? It was a sweep, it was a loss, and it wasn't just a loss. Like, there were many questions left for the viewers after they performed, or the way they performed for their first series.
I think for this one too, the other thing we have to mention, because we've been talking about Oheb and Hajizi, but Outplayed and James are going up against also their former teammates from Echo TLPH. You know, so that's, you know, again, going back to history. If you've been following their journeys, they'll be heading against each other too. So there's a lot of like these rivalry matches that you want to pay attention to, and we'll dive more into it for the matchup. But first, we are going to throw it over to the All Access segment. Take a look at this.
Maraming salamat muli sa ating mga casters. We are back here at one of the player rooms, and nandito ang Team Liquid Philippines. Kasama ko na naman, same guy, same interview. Pangalawang beses na to, pare. I wanna know, especially with the momentum that you guys have had last game nyo yesterday, I believe which was yesterday. Ano ba sa tingin mo yung naging isa sa mga major factors kung paano nyo na ipanalo yung laban nyo kahapon?
Tingin ko feel ko kahapon lumamang din kami sa draft kahapon, tingin ko kaya parang madali yung naging flow ng laro namin.
And it was a really good win kasi nakuha nyo ngayon in dominating fashion. Now, I also want to know more about you, your perspective regarding sa yung mga kalaban na si Haji. Kasi since Season 8, since Season 8, magkasama na kayo sa iisang team. Pero ngayon, this will be the first time in a long while na magkakalaban kayo. I'm sure that you have your thoughts kasi andyan na siya. Nakikita mo na? Alright, Karltzy is also on the other side. Ano bang pakiramdam nun para sa'yo na magkaiba na naman kayo ng jersey?
Wala. Nakapanibago. Siyempre especially sa akin, blacklist lang kasi yung naging professional team ko. Tapos dito sa TLPH, kaya nakapanibago din.
You're going up against him right now. You see him on your screen. Anong mensahe mo para kay Hajizi?
Mensahe ko kay Haji tsaka sa Twisted Minds, good luck sa inyo. Gawin natin maganda tong laban na to.
Gagawin nilang classic to, men. I am sure of it. Karltzy, anong ganap dyan?
Kasama ko naman dito sa kabilang kampo si Hajizi ng Twisted Minds. Hajizi, kamusta ka?
Okay lang.
Okay naman. Okay. Ano namang masasabi mo sa message sa'yo ni Oheb?
Good luck din, Gil. Ayun, galingan natin.
Ayun. Brotherhood talaga. Okay, for the second straight time, former teammate mo na naman ang makakalaban mo. Una, sina Edward at ngayon, sina Oheb. Ano namang nasa isip mo ngayon?
Siguro, paano kami babawi? Tapos paano kami mag-improve ulit.
Okay. Tama naman yan. Bounce back lang talaga every single time. And for my last question, 2 beses pa lang kayo nagkaharap ni Oheb sa kabuuan ng liga. Twice noong Season 7 at sa 2 beses na yon si Oheb ang nanalo. Sa tingin mo, Hajizi, paano ka makakabawi ngayon?
Sa ngayon, hindi ko siya goal bawian Siguro goal ko lang paano namin ayusin yung gameplay namin kasi di maganda yung laro namin last match namin Ayun.
Okay, we are so excited to see what you have in store for us. And that's it for our All Access. And now for some twisting of the minds and riding with the cavalry, let's head back to our casters.
Thank you so much there for that all-access pass, and great to hear from Oheb and Hajizi. So for those that didn't understand, we also gave you the answer to the poll there. It was since Season 7 that these two were basically headed against each other. And you heard it too there. Hajizi basically, he doesn't want to make up for it. Like, they just want to go ahead and just showcase what they have and what they can do now.
Yep, I like his mindset towards this entire situation because it reminds me of the way Aurora decided to approach their match yesterday against Onyx Philippines. I think they were very vocal about how they weren't focused on getting back at Onyx or bouncing back. Because, I mean, they didn't come from a loss either, but it was really just winning and getting through what was in front of them first before anything else. And for Twisted Minds, I think they admittedly know that what they have to do first is fix the many things that have suddenly popped out during their first series.
It almost feels like, again, no pun intended, but like their own minds were twisted on the first match. So hopefully they've been able to go ahead and find those fixes for them. And it looks like for at least for game one, the side selection is TLPH will pick blue side, which is still up to this point, I think predominantly the higher win rate right now, I believe. So again, that should play a part into the draft here. I'd love to see what Twisted Minds can go ahead and do with those first priority picks that they get, because so far we've been seeing a lot of those jungle priorities on blue side pop up right away. But also I think one of the main focuses here, and I know we're talking about Oheb and Hajizi, and they're in different lanes, so my main thing is like, how will Outplayed be against Oheb? You know what I mean? Like, that's my big question mark there.
It feels like Outplayed isn't as much at home with his squad as Oheb is with TLPH.
Yes.
That's my observation given last night's matches and Twisted Minds in day one.
Wow, these two players used to be teammates too just last season, so that's another thing to look at. Like, it's not just Haji and Oheb parting ways, it's also Outplayed and Oheb parting ways.
Yeah, I think I can't wait to see it unfold, but first we got to see everybody walk in on stage, including our marshals and the teams. Let's go ahead and throw them out on stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match, our marshals, Juven, Patrick, JJ, and Chico. Can the cavalry continue riding towards victory as they face familiar enemies? Heading to the front lines, it's Team Liquid Philippines. First up, in EXP, it's Sanford. In the jungle, Karltzy. In mid, Sanji. In Rome, Daddy JP. And in gold, the Filipino sniper, Oheb. And their opponents, meeting their foes head-on to twist the game, it's Twisted Minds Philippines! In EXP, it's James! In the jungle, MPtheKing! In mid, the KDA machine, Hajizi. In Rome, Sinsui. And in gold, Outplayed. And their coaches, Coach RC and Coach Bonchan.
And there we go. Both teams are ready to rock and roll. And first, take us through Team Liquid PH. Bring it up.
Team Liquid Philippines, with their performance yesterday, we're just pretty sure that they've gained a lot more fans and that a lot are believing that they can take this on as well. They feel much more flexible now, and we've seen their synergies work in as early as their first series. Oheb feels so much connected to his team, and you guys mentioned it too. He feels at home, and so does Karltzy with this new addition to their lineup.
The last time I saw Team Liquid, then Echo, this comfortable, was in Jakarta, Indonesia, when they won M4. That's the last time I saw them ever go, we can actually do our thing now.
Yeah, and I think that thing is very flexible and changeable based on the current meta that we're seeing and the picks that were coming to play here. So we'll see again if that's enough to go against the Masterminds here. Twisted Minds Philippines. Leo, who do we got?
We have the same squad that played in day one. I was half expecting that maybe Escalera would be coming into play here instead of the roamer they debuted with in Sinsui. But the thing is, Twisted Minds, the question, what is their thing? We still don't know what the identity of this team is. come gameplay? Like, what do they do? What do they want to do?
Yeah, I'm thinking if they were like too overwhelmed with trying to find that immediately or in as early as day number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, Coach Bonchan has a reputation of trying things every now and then, right? But let's see if it's going to work this time.
We'll see if it works, but first we got to make sure the players are working. We got to throw it over to the ping test to see how they get ready for the match.
Anong hero? Anong hero? Focus nga, tol. Focus nga. Ba't kay Sanford nilagay yung mic, pre? Hindi sa akin eh. Ford, sa'yo mo nga ilagay itong mic. Wait nga, pre. Isa-isa nga. Kaya ko lumamang sa'yo gamit ang Layla. Sumabay ka ngayon, pre.
Uy, Bill. Malas na, Bill. Malas na si Jan, Bill eh. Kinable sa mukha. Oh, nakabawi.
Adelo, CR muna. Smooth, guys.
Smooth, smooth.
You know, I like that we get this little preview of how our players or specific players get ready for the match. And, you know, going into it with not so seriousness because you've done all the work, you know, leading up to this. So then you go and have this little warm-up session, little ping test, and you get ready with some fun. So starting with this, the Infinix keys to victory. Brigida, how do these teams win this matchup?
Yep, for TLPH, it's pretty self-explanatory. Just ride the momentum that they are on, that they're able to introduce to us from yesterday, and keep it going, keep the synergies going. And for Twisted Minds, I think it's time they bring out a plot twist, something that'll surprise us, but not them too. Something they know how to pull off, and something that won't entirely, like, get them uncomfortable in terms of executing their whatever approach they want to do. And for both, it's pretty much break the cycle. It's like for TLPH, solidify the idea or this strong kind of impression you're leaving us in this season. And for Twisted Minds, don't keep it going. They can't allow that similar situation we've seen them in day number 1 continue for the rest of the season, because you have to constantly adapt and evolve, and this is a really good time to do just that.
From breaking something else to now breaking the cycle for both these players that are showcased here, right? So that's something that they have to keep in mind, but definitely for TLPH, the momentum that they have from yesterday is going to be most likely apparent here. And I think, again, the plot twist, the fact that I'm kind of going to be that guy here with Sensui in game day 1 when we saw him. That was my personal plot twist. When I was like, whoa, the plot twist here is that Sensui is actually going to go in the roam. And for a lot of people that maybe don't know, Sensui was known for being a jungler, right? So we have MP in the jungle, and then we have Sensui in the roam. And this actually seemed one of the biggest disconnects from their first match this week from day 1.
Sensui is a world championship caliber jungler.
Yeah.
Went as deep as 3rd place in M5. Beat out the likes of
just
all the best around the world. I'm here to say, they beat out like 13 other teams.
That's a lot of teams.
There must have been something that happened behind closed doors that made, you know, Coach Bonchan and the rest of Twisted Mind say, Sensui, you can do this. You can be a roamer.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that right now they actually find what really works for them, or that whatever's comfortable enough for them to use. Because the way it's looking right now, Team Liquid Philippines, I wouldn't be so surprised if they decide to prioritize the Harith again for their first pick now that they're in the blue side. Given the Phoveus bans and the Eve bans as well, it's looking like a very likely possibility, but I feel like Twisted Minds could also see that coming.
Yeah, not only that too, but it's, again, depending on how that first phase goes, there's the Harith ban, by the way. So it's actually TLPH that takes this Harith out. So part of this is, like I was saying, was that gold lane matchup. Being able to go ahead and knowing how well Oheb's going to be guarded and secured by this lineup from TLPH, you want to have that same thing for Outplayed. So with this, Matilda gets taken out first pick, probably leaning towards jungle pickup?
I'm thinking if it's going to be a jungler or the
like
Luyi is available too.
Oh, that too.
Like, I think it's a mid laner that doesn't get available often. So
there it is.
There they get it. Now Twisted Minds has the option of picking the jungler they like.
And Granger.
And the Granger's there. But just having the Luyi, and I always think about this for both those heroes, the Chip and the Luyi, they provide so much like macro options for your team that you can build around that really well. There's also just a whole lot of kind of early damage that comes from this Louis pick.
And JP used the chip pretty well.
Exactly.
And the last time we saw him use it. Oh, but they go for the Gatot Kacha instead.
Oh, Suyo.
And the Suyo. So is it going to be the Granger immediately picked up here for Team Liquid Philippines? That seems possible. Alongside that, they probably... Hold on. That's the Granger, okay. And they will be getting the Joy, so they won't get limited in terms of options anymore. Okay. Does Hajizi decide to get a hero here?
How often you get a Loyi, Granger, and Joy together?
No, not often.
This is... I can't remember the last time we've seen
When I see
all
this,
three.
I think of Big Dam. Like, there's so much early game damage here, too.
All core. This is the planking of drafts.
It is.
This seems so hard to fight up against. I mean, they have the Suyo in terms of objectives. They probably can be a little bit more confident. Oh, but they go for the Moskov instead of the Irithel. At least they also have some sort of global presence to match with the Luyi on the other side, and they limit the additional global presence that they could potentially use by taking out the chip as well. But for Twisted Minds, they're still lacking a mid laner and an XP laner, so there's the potential taken out. For Hajizi, I'm wondering if they're ever going to consider the Fire Mist. It's a nice answer to the Louis, the potential diversion plays, and I think it could help outplay a lot if they want to play around him later on.
Yeah, they're going to want to play around outplay, but like part of that equation is really just making sure that he doesn't have a bad early game. You know, that he's not just trying to basically survive the whole time. Because, like Leo mentioned, like I mean, these first three picks too, you can just dive under a turret pretty well, or at least use the diversion to your advantage in a lot of your choices on getting to those side lanes if you want.
Hold up.
That's Perks.
This young man looks familiar.
Wait, is he Perks?
That is Perks.
That is Perks.
That's a former teammate of both Oheb and Haji.
Wow. So we got all of them together right here. I think I've seen a lot more other familiar faces and supporters. Oh, I see another one.
That's another familiar face.
I see another one. Oh, they go for a Selena. I mean, same concept as the Navaria, which was previously banned out.
After that patch, it was Selena that helped usher in Gatot Kacha once more to the meta. So their slows and their stuns helped each other find big wins in fights. So I understand where Twisted Mind's coming from
The Abyssal AOG.
Yeah.
They just keep throwing their skills towards their opponents. For Team Liquid Philippines, they're still looking for an XP laner. I'm wondering if they're going to pick up the CC.
Yeah, but you don't know still what you're facing off against.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
They protected James' hero very well compared to when they debuted in day one. They were all like, Hilda again.
Hilda.
Yeah, the Lucas is there too. Oh, it's a Cho for
Cho and
GP and the Hilda.
It's a flex!
It's a flex.
Well, I think safer than any other XP laner that could possibly come out there. So James secures the Lucas instead for themselves. Okay, this is looking pretty aggressive.
The Lucas wins against the Hilda. So they're saying, Daddy JP, you better make the call now. Because either way they lose. You put the Hilda in the roam, that's less than ideal. You put the Hilda in the XP, loses to the Lucas.
Yep. I don't know, I think yeah, I just think Twisted Minds, like, this is kind of what they needed. I know the lineup's interesting here to see how they execute it, though. But, again, I almost just expect them, even if there's some glimpse of experimentation with this, like, just it's in a way for them to make things up from their first match of the week, but also bring something like this to the table and see if it works out. Again, with Hajizi being the one to play the Selena, who is also a prominent Selena player, even in the past. If he's able to land those marks, or even just give vision with the traps.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
So, we'll see if they execute it. We're going to be jumping into this game, the Land of Dawn. It's a best of 3. Last match for week 1. Has Twisted Minds learned from day 1, or will TLPH stampede over after a dominant win yesterday? That's what we're going to find out.
Yep, our Team Liquid Philippines going to fight them head-on, knowing their capabilities this early, or will they be a little bit more avoidant? Because it seems like, as mentioned, Sensui forces JP to recall less than a minute into this game.
Okay, so he gets out of here again, just fighting for those early rotations right now.
What I tell ya?
That's what you mentioned.
I think this is just Sanford saying, you know what, guys, let me, oh my lord! Just as we turn the camera.
Is that an arrow?
MP draws first blood on Sanji. That poor young man.
Oh, this is so hard for Team Liquid Philippines. JP was forced to recall early on, and they get an immediate pickoff towards Sanji. So we're probably expecting the faster rotating team to be none other than Twisted Minds, and that's not just about their mid lane duos. It's also in terms of their XP laners being able to get out of their lanes, because as we're seeing it right now, this isn't the same kind of hill that we've seen from Flap earlier. The matchup doesn't favor Team Liquid Philippines this time.
Yeah, interesting too for Lucas here, running that the tanky set, but has a lot of, he's got the Brave Smite, even a little that Festival of Blood, so the trading that he can do against the Hilda, like I would assume that Lucas doesn't even need to go home for the most part, and he's gonna win that matchup anyway. So once he also gets it, once you get that level 4, James is able to provide a lot here for the team alongside Sensui. So they'll keep Sanford kind of at bay. They're waiting for this turtle to come up here. JP is just around the corner too. Whoa, they're gonna have to fight this, Sanford.
Twisted Minds collapsing down onto the turtle. And look at that, a diversion set up. Can Sanji send one over? MPtheKing takes the turtle. Maybe 2 seconds too late for Team Liquid PH. That's a false rotation.
Yep, they were too quick to take control of the turtle, make sure that no other member could immediately just go in, and they bursted it down knowing that Sanford was yet to get his level 4 and that they had enough information about the other members too. The diversion was a bit too late, you've also mentioned it. So now we're waiting for Team Liquid Philippines to look for an opening, to look for a trade, because as we're seeing it right now, all across the map, probably apart from the goal lane because it hasn't been touched just yet, Twisted Minds are gaining full control.
Yeah, and even looking at this again, for TLPH, that opening for them really was when you had these level 4s available for the Louis, for JP on the Cho. You needed to be able to go ahead and utilize those ultimates to get your setups, and JP, once he has that, you can expect him to utilize the flicker there to try to set things up. But so far, just kind of playing safe because they know, like, this is it's a mini game in itself, early game, dodging these arrows coming out from Hajizi.
They're looking like they're going to collapse on the MP. MP reads into the situation, and here comes the rest of the cavalry. James going 3v1, unleash the beast. MP bites it though, but that's before Sanji clips him. 2 for none so far the trade. Hajizi getting out of here. SOD misses by an inch.
Oh, JP.
That was so close for JP right there. And even despite the vengeance and that sustain, again, the emblems, they were very, very tanky here for James. And he was close to out-sustaining those 3 members. But even then, fortunately, the numbers were in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. But wait!
AOG stationarily as JP looks to punish Hajizi. Behind this wide brush on the wrong side of the map. Way of the Dragon pins him down. Sanford gets the kill. Now James and Sensui can only watch.
Can only watch for now. Good responses though. I mean, from both sides, really trying to make things work. Turtle's coming up though. A couple seconds, Sanford and James just kind of going at it. Whoa. A lot of early damage.
Oh, 40's dealing some decent damage here.
Yeah.
I wonder what kit he's holding right now because he also has a level gap up.
Yeah.
He's able to sustain the damage from James and equally give him the same, but there's a diversion play that could possibly happen.
Turtle currently at half health. Haji throws an arrow over to it, looking for some CC here, unleashing the beast. James looking to rid TLPH of its backline advantage. Now James might fall here. They collapse onto him, still survives, using that vengeance. Shockwave blast, point blank into the rest of TLPH. The cavalry does not push forward.
It's surprising to see how Team Liquid Philippines is able to maintain this level of sustain, even up against this lineup with a Lucas, even up against this lineup with a Selena. It seems like they're just okay with fighting them head on so long as they're together. And it's been working for Team Liquid Philippines so far. Now we're seeing an advantage even in those lanes, which earlier seemed that were under control by Twisted Minds.
I guess that was our answer there too. You know, Starlium Scythe has picked up now Karltzy, but Sanford earlier on when he was trading had the Fury Hammer, so that's just enough of little additive damage and penetration to help go 1v1 against James for now. Looking to take this turret down. They can't grab it just yet.
Look at this diversion by Sanji into the back, setting something nefarious up. And MPtheKing in the vicinity. Not spotted just yet. It's the other bush, the other bush! Oh, they kick him out.
They kick him out. But they want the purple, man. They want to put pressure there. But look, meanwhile, the pressure up top on that tier 1.
That's a chubby wave Karltzy ushered in.
That's a turret down.
It actually feels like Team Liquid Philippines, they're just trying to zone and not entirely commit against Twisted Minds.
Oh! James caught here. The flicker committed by JP. No kick just yet. Holding on to that way of the dragon to conceal. Might go for it one more time. AOG. No one home. Sensui catches a few of the yin and yang, the blasts from Sanji, as Sanford here bothers MP.
This feels like, I mean, it really does feel like the cavalry right now because they're everywhere. They're spread out literally everywhere.
They are legion.
It's the cavalry, but at the same time, they're really controlled and disciplined. At the same time, it's not like they just keep going at each other. They don't just want to go for the kills.
Yeah.
They just take the necessary space, the control, and so long as they get what they need, they don't engage in a team fight any further. That's just how disciplined they're playing this game against Twisted Minds.
Again, this is a showcase of how much synergy this team has in a version once again, but they're going up top. Not sure if they get there in time. Yep. So Outplayed gets out of there.
Oh, they smelled something. They knew someone was hiding in the bush, but Outplayed gets the recall just in time.
And look at this Oheb. Oheb is just farmed up.
Yep. That's
1.8 ahead.
1.8 ahead, also has the Sky Piercer already, so by the time they're able to include him in either of those diversion plays or when they become confident enough to really engage against Twisted Minds, that'll be a lot more problems that Twisted Minds will have to think of. Their lineup, which naturally should be able to just fight these members head-on, doesn't seem to be working!
Oheb catches one! And he is behind enemy lines. Oh, does flicker through the AOG attempt by Sensui. And the rest of the cavalry come to his rescue. Almost sure death.
I mean, he was up there. I saw him knocking on that tier 2. SOD goes up. Now Sanford, okay, he's going to be fine. Gets out. But man, these arrows, like Oheb was able to flicker, dodge the arrow too, and now they continue to put pressure.
Karltzy catches one onto MP. Does not commit fully. Their eyes on the turret, tier 2. Twisted Minds gonna defend successfully.
Yep, they gotta be careful. JP already has his flicker too, but the rest of TLPH aren't really alongside them anymore. Twisted Minds might want to go for Sanford, but still, he's too tanky and they know their capabilities at this point. They're not that afraid.
Well, look at this once again. Setups around for JP and Sanji, just kind of planning themselves here. They know the Lord's gonna come up in 15 seconds, so they can fight for the positioning in favor for them. They want to let Oheb just keep farming up. You said it earlier, as soon as Oheb does decide to join some of these fights, he's going to be popping off a ton of damage already. So gets a couple shots on that tier 2. They ultimately will clear those waves, but now it's perfect for TLPH to have that positioning in favor for this Lord. I'm not sure if Twisted Minds really wants to go ahead and contest this first one. I mean, all these small things happening, they find themselves 5,000 gold behind. There's a push up top, Outplayed and Sanford.
Yeah. All right, point blank SOD. Sanford catches it with much joy. In comes Karltzy, talking about joy. Here comes one. Outplayed, gets bopped.
Even if he didn't get full stacks, it didn't matter. That was all he needed to kill an isolated Outplayed, an isolated Moscow!
Wow! Way of the dragon onto MP. He won't survive, not for long. The Filipino sniper catches him despite Sensui trying to save with the AOG.
You just go in, even with that clutch abyssal arrow last minute. There's only so much Twisted Minds can do, and all that TLPH was able to accomplish right before securing the Lord, and they might not just be done yet. Okay, they just went up top to clear something.
Oh my God.
It just feels like the timings on everything right now are like on point.
Liquid is moving at ×2.
They are Liquid.
Try watching a video on YouTube at ×2 and then compare that to Twisted Minds, who's figuring out how YouTube works.
It's crazy.
Seemingly catching up to everything Liquid's putting down.
Yeah, not even Sensui right now. I feel like there are always second thoughts on whether or not it's the perfect time to use the AOG, because Team Liquid Philippines, the way it looks is like they can just decide to go in and out and not fully commit, and just whenever they're ready, decide to go for the fight. And that's how it feels right now. They're just being very disciplined once again. They have the Lord in their hands, so there's nothing to rush. Outplayed is still way behind in terms of gold against Oheb.
Everything right now is synced up perfectly for TLPH as they approach now the base. The shields are still up, but can they survive this push-in?
The conceal by JP gets caught out by Sensui. won't let these shenanigans fly. AOG coming through, caught out, responding to it almost in the blink of an eye. Sensui taken out by Oheb.
He just had to meet the power of foil nest again.
James unleashing the beast, SOD. Dodge, sidestep
Sanford.
by 2, and they need one more. Can they catch him? James and Hajizi survive.
Oh, man, he didn't have his ultimate available. That's just keeping him at bay enough, and now the focus here in the mid lane. Gonna have to watch out for the reactions, but they do hold on to the mid and bottom turret for now. So despite it all, Twisted Minds stays in the game. They're still at a massive deficit by 10,000 gold. And it looks like TLPH wants to continue to go ahead and just push into the base if they can before the next objective.
I mean, if we were Twisted Minds, they have some means to disrupt. If they get to deny one play from Team Liquid Philippines, one unsuccessful engage from JP, that could already mean a lot if they're able to negate that. But that's not where all the problems end for Team Liquid Philippines. Even when Twisted Minds decides to go in, they have to be wary of the AOE coming in from Sanji, even just as Hajizi. At this point, he could be an easy target for Team Liquid Philippines. Just go in front of Oheb for a while and you'd suddenly disappear at this point with that. With even just those 2 kills, you have to take note that he's leading in goal, he's 10k, he probably only lacks, the way it's looking, only 1 core or 2 items!
Daddy JP coming in, starting to fight. Twisted wasn't ready for. 2 quick kills traded out for the patriarch of Team Liquid Philippines as they threaten once more this mid lane tier 3 wave coming through. TLPH gonna get their objective.
Oh, right now they're gonna push it in. They're gonna try to defend.
Might be an end angle. James here gets popped. Just 2 defenders left. Liquid looking to stab B through Twisted Minds. It's just a matter of time. Team Liquid Philippines with a 1-0.
And TLPH comes in with a momentum, and yes, that's Brigida clapping on the desk.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I'm trying to think of a different word for comfortable, but that's just how they really looked. They were too comfortable.
The Liquid Stampede is back.
It is back.
In full force.
And I don't know, after seeing that again, it just looks like Oheb fits into this lineup so well. You know, I know both those players in the past have had their individual successes, but right now, the way this is all kind of like synced up into one, they are Liquid. You know, they are just moving like that. And I can't wait to see eventually the gold per minute, whoever does get the MVP there, because I feel like everybody was just locked in on that one.
Yeah, at first, Twisted Minds and their lineup, it already looked scary. James was managing the XP lane pretty well. I was thinking that they could just be consistent in terms of their objective takes, but no, not even that first blood onto Sanji, not even that early force on the recall onto JP prevented the rotations from this mid-duel.
Theoretically, in their minds, Twisted Minds was ahead in the draft, and even maybe for the first minute or so.
Yep.
But once Liquid figured out a way to break through that and get a chug in, almost unstoppable.
And not only that, but it was the way that they approached that early game, because Liquid knew that they had to wait for key ultimates. You know, Sanford doing an amazing job in the XP lane as this MVP. Like, that was the thing. That was a losing lane, right? I mean, matchup to matchup, the hill that loses. But Sanford found so many ways to be useful. And then even when he, early game, he only had that Fury Hammer for the most part, and he was going toe-to-toe with Lucas there, with James. Like, he was able to still do so much, and I think part of his job also was just grabbing traps.
That's the most half-baked, delicious item build I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He just knew what to do.
Has one full item.
This was crazy, by the way.
Yeah, he only had the Dreadnought, the Fury Hammer, as mentioned, the Dominance Eyes too.
Boom.
And even during the first few moments, he was trying to fight against both MPtheKing and James at the same time. Like, he had to prevent all those lane cuts, but then once he was able to move out of his lane, get more and more information, you could see the smile on his face.
Right there.
That was so hard for Twisted Minds to answer and to respond. And I mean, there were multiple times even near their base where he just stood there, spammed his recalls, took in some damage, and then just went back after he was able to regain his HP again.
Man, again, 12, under 13-minute game right there, you know, and again, this is a massive lead. This is similar to what we saw in match 1 today, but, you know, 12,000 gold ahead at under the 13-minute mark just shows how dominant this game was for TLPH.
Professionally, the term used is a liquid stampede.
A liquid stampede.
That's what a quick game won by Team Liquid would be. We've seen it more from Team Liquid PH, but not saying ID can't do it, but this is awe-inspiring to see it again in action, especially with a new gold laner.
Yeah, for Twisted Minds, I feel like there was a bit more hesitation felt from their side, especially towards the latter portions of the game. I could only recall probably 2 major outer guardians coming in from Sensui. 946 GPM for OHEB, right?
So Sanji got hit by an arrow.
It reminds me of that SOD. That SOD too. I think there were multiple times wherein like it just missed by an inch.
Or 40 blocked it on purpose.
Yeah, or he blocked it and just made sure he wouldn't be able to teleport out of his lane. So these movements from the Hilda, from Sanford, and Team Liquid Philippines just working all together, making good use of that diversion. It was just near perfect execution for Team Liquid Philippines here. I like how they were able to, just surprise us with the Paris ban and the Louis pickup.
I missed this. The Sansan Duo actually doing Sansan Duo things.
Yep.
New fear unlocked. A huge Amazon woman coming through a brush that I'm not ready for.
And also being sent by a diversion.
Right.
Like, so it's not like not only the bush, but you can also just throw the diversion and then everybody's there.
I don't know if like sometimes he just
And her
even
friends, yeah.
And her
right?
friends.
Rejects not. No, I don't even need a diversion. Sometimes it just feels like that.
You just run there.
He'll just run
I would
there.
say, yeah, a lot of times he was just running there. Like, so, you know, he ended up working with that too. And you know, again, you only got so much time. I mean, you're looking at 6 minutes before the next draft should be upon us. And for Twisted Minds, in theory, like even when we look at the draft, it's like, all right, this does make sense, but and they even got the first blood. Like that's the thing. Like they started on a good foot, but again, when they did, it's like as soon as those ultimates mostly came online for TLPH, they knew exactly how to play around them and take advantage of it.
Up until after Lord 1.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds was winning. Remember they scored the
Turtle
easy
one, or?
turtle? Yeah.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
scored the easy turtle and then they had a delayed answer to diversion, but you know, we'll see if they can capitalize again.
Yeah, we'll see, but you guys can also capitalize on what's coming up. All the females out there, the Athena Cup is coming soon. This is an exclusive league for our female players, and it's a qualifier for the MLBB Women's Invitational coming up later this year.
Tournament runs from March 7th to May 27th, so it's a full-on league.
Yeah.
Let's all support this growing league that empowers more women to be esports pros. Happy Women's Month.
Yes.
Happy Women's Month.
I was saying yesterday to my fellow women, come join, and this is such an exciting opportunity. It was just until recently that the Philippines even won the Women's Invitational, so you might be next.
Who might be next? Maybe it's the same team, maybe it's someone new. But we also want to let you guys know there are exclusive prizes and surprises. They're waiting for you if you buy at least 5 tickets to watch MPL PH live. So make sure you grab your tickets now.
Tell your friends, tell your family, tell that person who just keeps asking you to go watch MPL, hey, I need you on my 5. One account needs to purchase the tickets to be qualified for the prizes. So, you know, you plus 4 others.
Bring your entire friends, your family, or your team if you have one. It's time. Let's go.
I'd bring my entire friends too.
How many?
Entire.
All of it.
All of them.
No, it.
All of it.
I just realized now. Wait, yeah.
No, you're right, Brig.
Yeah, bring your entire
friends.
And the family, whichever you wanna.
Wouldn't want any of them to be, you know, not entire.
Entire friends of Brig is also her fan club. But I don't know what you're calling them, so.
Brigadudes.
Brigadudes.
Yeah, I think it'll like. I think I'd like that. Brigadudes?
Is that true?
No, it was something Coach Leo mentioned, but
Brigadudes and dudettes. Does that cover?
Depending on how you want to be called, you can decide. I don't know. Why do you assume that I have one?
Because you do, but also...
You can't not have one.
Because one of them is probably out here about to do the power pose.
It's a Sanford pose.
Someone wants to do this. I mean, I'm sure there's...
Oh, whoa. No, that's a finger heart.
Okay, hey, put your game face on and make smart power pose. Imitate the pose of the player on your screen and get a chance to win your in-game codes.
Pay attention.
You guys just have to imitate.
Copy the pose. Copy the
Sanford's
pose.
pose.
You want me to do it?
Oh. Wait, that's the wrong amount of fingers, sir.
Is that Obito?
Yes.
Yeah. He was here last season,
just
right?
Just two. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Well, Obito doesn't know how to count. He's only got one eye, right?
He got the facial expression too. I can see his facial expression.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Just one hand.
It's a power up. This looks really...
Why are you using...
No hip thrust.
No
Stop hip
movement.
Thrusting.
Just leave them... Oh, whoa.
see?
No jutsus.
Okay.
That's not fair.
Oh.
All right, there you go.
Can we just leave the pose stationary,
Oh,
gentlemen?
yes, please. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. I mean, he got the facial expressions right too.
Why is he...
Oh, did he win?
Why is he mugging the crowd? All right, he wins, I guess.
All right, he's mugging all of us. Notice how they gave him the prize after it became stationary.
No, just to stop him from mugging people and doing jutsus. We don't even know what the jutsus do.
Yeah, we don't.
I was never trained in the art of shinobi, so...
Keep your jutsus to yourself. All right, we don't have the proper security
I don't know what
here.
those do.
I'm pretty sure he angered like a group
I mean,
somewhere by doing that.
I, as a child, I kept trying to do that, but like, I couldn't get it.
That's close enough. We'll let it pass.
I wouldn't do that in certain places in America.
Isn't that technically what Hanzo does?
Yes!
When he goes into his form?
They're jutsus, yes.
Doesn't he?
Him, Hanabi and
Hayabusa?
Yeah.
What if that's a foreshadowing?
They are trained in the arts of the shinobi.
Hopefully so.
I mean...
Because my goodness.
They used Hanzo, right? Like Twisted Minds used Hanzo, right?
Yeah. So let's see if they do. But also, again, the MLBB Golden Month celebrations are happening in various communities.
Hey.
Get a chance to win. Or just a can't. Wow.
Oh,
This is
that's
the Golden Month. I'm tongue twisted. Get a chance to video call your MPL idols when going to those communities.
Our friends are out there.
They are. Shout out to the Barun guys.
Oh, this has been a thing for last season too, but this one's a bit more fun. There are more events, and still you get to call your idols, your favorite pro players. Earlier we saw Yawi and Chaknu. Right there, that's Yawi. Oh, so you get to take a picture with him too beside the screen. That's a lot. So I think there's a different provinces which this happens. There's Bulacan, Olongapo,
Pampanga.
Oh.
Pampanga, Bulacan. This is something for me, being half Filipino, this is what I did not get to experience. I didn't get to experience any barangay activities.
These are all slightly up north, just barely outside of Metro Manila.
Oh.
Yeah, but the statement's the same. I didn't get to experience any barangay activities.
It's not too late.
It's not too late. Also, want to give a big shout out to all the live streaming players. Watch their streams for a chance for your favorite players to follow them back and get in-game codes, and also an opportunity to play with them, I'm assuming. So March 3rd, that's Omega Chaknu. We got to see him play earlier on, so that's March 3rd. March 10th, you got MPtheKing Kirk. March 17th, you got TLPH Sanford. And March 24th, you've got Aurora's Renegade. So make sure you guys mark that down to get a chance to go ahead and play with one of your favorite players.
Yeah.
Who would you play with? I know who you would play with.
It's obvious.
Who would you play with?
You don't know, Brigida?
Who?
This guy's the biggest fan
of Renegade.
Of the Hitman.
Okay.
Easy. So my 24th is blocked out.
It's blocked out.
He's gonna watch the live. Does he not follow you yet?
What is the 24th? What is that?
It's a Monday. Those
Oh,
are
it is
all
a Monday.
Monday nights.
So you would sacrifice your rest day after MPL to get a chance to play with the Hitman. But don't you play with the Hitman anyway? So
Yeah.
I got the Hitman on speed dial.
I was gonna say he's on your friends list, so
I'll
it's
support him nonetheless.
Invite.
I'll support him nonetheless.
So at least he gets to give the follow to a different person.
Yeah.
Brigida, who's your favorite player? I don't think you've ever said this on broadcast, have you?
Yeah, because I can't even decide myself.
You can't decide?
Are you afraid to be called biased?
Well, maybe, but at the same time, part of me doesn't really know.
Party doesn't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, I look up to a lot of players there.
Yeah.
All of them.
I think yeah.
Because they keep giving us a good fight.
Yeah, I think it keeps changing, and they keep saying good luck.
Give
to
them
each
a good
other.
fight, and that good fight starts now in Draft 2, Game 2, and it looks like Twisted Minds is going to be on the blue side. They got the side selection, and you got TLPH going over to the red. How does this change the draft here? So first phase, wow. So Granger, of course, the Jushin is still banned out. You got the Fanny, the Louis Yi, and the Harith. It's a good thing that Twisted Minds is like, you know what? We're done. We're done with this Louis Yi. Let's ban her out. Not going to be available. Might come into play still the chip for one of the teams. I'm not sure.
Matilda and Phoveus previously banned in game 1, so watch out for that.
Yeah.
All right, so it's just the Phoveus then.
Yep. Phoveus, but the way it's looking right now, it's probably the jungle prio still for Twisted Minds.
Suyo.
I mean, that's what they've been doing.
Blue Yo.
Yeah, Blue Yo, probably. Oh.
Blue Yo, it's going to be a just joy.
Blue Joy. Yeah, they just take it away from Team Liquid.
Stop himself there.
So the Phoveus goes into, we've seen this the other day. Yesterday, Sanford on the Phoveus. It was just such a huge threat. And they get the Moskov for Oheb. Okay.
Dang, it's been a while since I've seen that look on Oheb's face. Y'all saw that?
What
this
was
is just the draft and he's locked in.
He's locked in. He's been, I feel like he's mostly been locked in, man.
He's
like,
so motivated.
Oh my goodness. He seems excited.
He's reinvigorated, I'd say.
Yeah. Whoever
Like, he's revitalized, like the battle spell.
whoever JP decides to play here,
Purify.
he's gonna be happy. Oh,
Okay. Gotta catch Eve.
it's a great start again for Twisted Minds, and it does feel like since this is a flex, there's a possibility, there's a chance that they still kind of reserve one of their fronts for later.
Do you go Valentina or Suyo now?
I'm leaning towards the Suyo.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, they went for it.
They weren't gonna.
This is
mess around.
this has to be the most common jungle matchup right now.
Yeah.
Suyo Joy.
Like,
They're just
Suyo
too
Joy.
good.
It's just too
They're
good.
too good, but not as broken as the Fanny that you would ban it out. So it just comes through and then they're like necessary evils.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's a sad situation in the jungle right now.
It's sad, but it's also still like a highly mechanical matchup.
And I'm glad to be, of my age, being able to play Suyo.
Yeah.
He's a mechanically demanding hero. And I'm like,
You still got it, basically,
Yeah.
But I do hope that the jungle change. Like, I hope we see some difference in the jungle over the season
True.
because I don't.
Hayabusa and Alpha are like solid secondary
Yeah,
heroes.
it's just
We did see the Hanzo, but
This
like,
is
for
a
once.
different iteration of what Fred. Who was Fred always up against? Fred Barrett.
Fred Barrett, Baksha.
Fred Baksha.
Fred Martis.
Just with way more cooler actions.
Yeah, and a lot of us thought that, like prior MPL, that they might come back, but
I mean, they're still out there. They're still always just,
teams don't seem to use it just yet. I mean,
keep them in the back pocket.
what's the most recent back show we've seen from Flap on the EXP lane, right?
Yeah.
It was
In SPS.
It was back in SPS, but other than that, we've been sticking with the Assassins or the Fredrins or the Alphas. Oh yeah, Alpha. We didn't mention
Still
that.
no roamer for Liquid. Is Twisted Minds going to ban one more? They're going to take out the Cho. JP's Cho was a menace in game 1.
Yeah, there's the Cho, there's the Jawhead too.
Oh, Hylos.
Oh, but they take out the Hylos instead. So, yeah, they can potentially pick that up right here. But, like, there are a lot of other options if ever they still want to save it for later. The Valentina 2 is available. Oh, but they...
Jawhead.
Yeah, they...
Jawhead Valentina, though. If it happens.
Yeah, it's possible. So for Outplayed, does he go Irithel here? You want to be...
I think you want to, you want to have enough of that mobility.
Yeah, you want to be safe. So it's either you go for the Irithel, because I think that's the only one left. There's a carry.
I hate it. Jungle and gold are so tight.
Like, just in general. Like,
yeah, there's literally
for the
4
meta.
heroes.
Yeah.
If you don't pick any of the 4, you're losing that matchup.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's the Irithil, the Granger, the Moskov,
The Harith.
and the Harith. And then you throw in a carry here and there.
Right? Yeah.
But I don't think carry's done too well, like, overall. There it is, the Hilda. There's the Irithil.
Okay. So for Sanji, does he go Valentina here? So they could also kind of have that Terrify, especially looking at the way Twisted Minds is definitely just going to go all in. This time they have the Hilda.
Could he Vex too here?
Farsa too.
Farsa, Vex.
Yeah.
There's a Farsa.
There you go. That's a lot of zoning and range once again. They I mean, either of these two teams can do it, honestly.
It's just one of those picks, too, that, you know, anytime you pick up that Farsa, it's like, at least you have that getaway card, which is the Wings by Wings.
Yep.
If you have to get out of an Avatar of the Guardian, or if you have to go ahead and try to get out of that Death Box that's going to be set up here. So you have so many of that, your own personal options to deal with, but also we have seen very aggressive Farsa players, Sanji being one of them too, you know, that likes to go ahead, utilize a feathered airstrike with the flicker forward and you know, just whittle down members before the fight even breaks out. So, and knowing him, he's probably going to play it that way. So, again, we're going to take one last look at both the lineups here as we get ready to jump into game 2. Right now, TLPH off a dominant game, won under 13 minutes for the previous game, and a 12K gold lead. Will they just do the same exact thing and have a Liquid Stampede victory, ending in a sweep to take on week 1 against Twisted Minds?
I mean, you can already imagine how things are going to turn out in as early as the first minute. There's so much hypo capabilities, fast clear, and range coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. But just the same, Hajizi, he can also do just that using the Eve. It's just that when the Jawhead gets closer to you, it seems a little more threatening than if it were the Gatot, who doesn't have stacks. If you don't decide to attack him, you don't really get to get hit. But it's the Jawhead, the missiles, the smart missiles, they just keep going at you.
Oh, speaking of, it happened again. That Jawhead Suyo combo.
They love it, man. I mean, like you said, we saw this back in M6 quite a bit, actually, and it works out so well. And even looking at this, you know, the fact that you're able to go ahead and lock someone down and possibly get a kill. But we saw them try to do it in the previous matchup, and it didn't work for Chaknu when he played the Jawhead. So this time around, TLPH are looking for that execution. But even the Phoveus, you know, we didn't talk too much about the Phoveus in the draft, and we all know that Phoveus alone is enough sometimes to just be that front line.
Yeah.
So that's why JP, he doesn't have to worry too much about, you know, protecting, or he could just be even peeling half the time because he knows that Sanford is actually enough tankiness for those fights in the skirmishes later on. So not anything too much happening in the early game while they get those level 4s available for this first turtle.
And it's kind of the same idea, similar to how you don't get much damage just yet to deal with the Phoveus if he ever decides to go in, not until later if you were Twisted Minds. So I feel like they're able to, or they will be able to manage this pretty well. It can be either Sanford, it can be either JP leading the fights, depending on who they like.
Amazing flank angle by the backliners, nay, the frontliners of Twisted Minds, forcing an early revitalize. The answer from TLPH. Hajizi swiping away, real world manipulation, early pop on the ult, and TLPH stand their ground.
They stand their ground right now. Good choice for TLPH to kind of back off out of their RWM, and now they're going to go for this turtle.
Oh, Sanji's not for you.
Very low, backing out. Sanford down to a third of his health. Healing up with some infernal pursuits. Hajizi draws first blood. Turtle still standing. Karltzy does secure. MPtheKing looking to punish. Karltzy backing off. He goes down. MP gets one, gets a double. JP falls two.
Okay, well, that was interesting because I feel like TLPH was like, can we do this? Can we not? Sanji wasn't level 4, and that was a big part of it.
Yep, and the way they were able to force out the flicker immediately from Sanford the first time they decided to go in, it felt like Team Liquid Philippines were already ready, even despite Sanji not being level 4 just yet. But just because Twisted Minds didn't engage and decided to fight when they were prepared themselves, it favored them a lot more than it would have favored Team Liquid Philippines.
So big pickup in the early game already for Twisted Minds, changing the course of already what happened in game 1 by getting the 3 kills and, you know, getting that double for MPtheKing is great for him on this Joy. So we'll see how he's able to go ahead and utilize this small lead.
The AOG plus the real manipulation. The answer, Sanji's blatant disrespect of Twisted Minds zoning. Now JP's gonna go unless he survives as Karltzy takes down Sensui. Daddy JP refuses to go down.
That was a clutch usage of either the ejector or the unstoppable force to gain a little bit of shield just to sustain him right when he was under the turret and when he knew he was safe. So there were still these micro decisions that are going on. JP refused to die at that moment.
Oh no, outplayed.
He's a Ducati.
Through, survived, but only for a second. second more. Daddy JP finds one. Sanji goes. MPtheKing takes him down. Karltzy looking to survive, but no, MP wants blood. Gets another, gets a double. Oheb pushing them back. Hajizi and James, their former teammate, backs off.
Great response.
Yeah, the team fights, they seem to be coming from all angles. If you were Twisted Minds here, you could expect like MPtheKing to just do his job, come into the back lines, and then Sensui as well. They are controlling the areas in which the team fights are happening really well, and they always catch Team Liquid Philippines right after they've used up some of their major resources. Similar to how Sanji was caught in that moment, he was in that spot because he needed to take down Outplayed. And in as much as successful that he was, there was an immediate response from Twisted Minds.
Ejector onto one. James gets popped in between the tangos, and Sui dropping the revitalize. Easy jumping into the pit. Retribution on the turtle. SOD thrown out by Oheb. Wailing away. Spear, spear, spear. Pushing Outplayed back. And look at the back line. Hajizi goes in the front, and in the back it's Sensui. All for Liquid. They've equalized 5-5.
That fight was split up ideally and perfectly for Team Liquid Philippines. Sanford was able to manage the members that were assigned to him, and Team Liquid Philippines were able to focus on taking down the members that were in the middle of them all. So this, with just that single sequence, the lead is immediately back in Team Liquid Philippines' hands.
Sometimes you've seen it so many times, but you still ask yourself, how did Karltzy manage to go ahead and just take that away? I mean, earlier...
James, that poor young man gets torn in half. You were saying about
I was going to say earlier, man, you know, we saw the joy.
Sanji, he's not done. Sensui, he's going to find his man. Entry into the AOG. Now the punish. JP, Sanford, and Oheb says you do not do that to Sanji.
Let's just forget that note. And that, TLPH is just making it work.
It seems like they don't want you to finish what you're saying. But that's just how quick the turn of events are starting to be for both of these teams. Quick look at the items. It seems like the mid laners are able to manage things pretty well.
JP.
Oh,
MP.
but wait.
Oh no, MP gets caught out of the shutdown by Karltzy. The response, James, Hajizi, and Outplayed taking down Dad, and now Karltzy, the SOD from Oheb. James gonna get punished here. The Spear of Misery knocks him into the wall in turret range. Sanji, close quarters combat, taking down Outplayed. Oheb, a man possessed, goes for one more, survives, and now Sensui falls. It's a wipeout.
And Oheb survived all of that too, and now TLPH will get the turtle.
Okay. I am trying to recall exactly how things turned out when we were watching that top lane. But at first, it did seem like the shutdown onto MPtheKing felt like an opportunity for Twisted Minds to eventually look for a trade. But that wasn't the case. Even when they were able to close the gap, get in front of Sanji, not even the most high mobility, one of the most high mobility marksmen such as the Earthel was able to dance around the stuns, the curse of the crowds, and now they're in full control. They're able to zone away Twisted Minds. And what's more interesting is the fact that... Oh, wait.
San.
Anyway, what was more interesting is the fact that even for James, right? They're not afraid to commit the ejection. They can burst him down.
Yeah, they can. They're going to burst down this turret too. Tier 1 in the mid finally going down. And it looks like,
JP finds the ejector on Outplayed. He didn't even have a moment to respond. Hajizi goes down. Oheb, nothing personal, brother.
He missed him, or I don't know.
He didn't miss him. He found him. But yes, he does miss him, I would assume.
He misses him in that way. But man, Oheb is just locked in. I mean, you mentioned he had the game face on earlier on. And he's playing like it on this Moscov right now. And it just seems like things have just turned all in favor of TLPH just in the last few minutes and everything happening.
And that was a smart move from JP here, immediately forcing the Holy Shields to be proc for that bottom lane turret. Oh, what?
40 with the false engage and the eventual Infernal Pursuit, forcing Sensui to answer back. Hajizi goes down, turret falls. Sanford still standing, traded up for 3. And finally Outplayed founds one. It's over! Under 10 minutes, the Liquid Stampede sweeps through Twisted Minds.
I think that was about 9 minutes or so. That was out. What has to be one of the fastest games of week 1. But oh my gosh.
Of all season.
Yeah, the whole season at this point, that's a liquid stampede.
What? Those perfectly timed decisions that from the moment they threw in that last minion card to immediately take out the Holy Shields, to the moment that Sanford flickered in, forcing the members of Twisted Minds to run away, and them deciding to end the game right at that moment.
If I didn't know any better, Liquid has a party to go to tonight, and they just needed to get this done with.
They better. There's a great hug, by the way, for the teams here, but they better because even the fan base for TLPH was like, yo, we just got here.
The line was longer than the game.
We commuted all the way. So you guys gotta take us out.
It was a sweep too earlier, but this felt different.
Hey, if you're a part of the cavalry, you're here for a good time,
not a long time. Hey, again, you know, as tough it is for Twisted Minds here, as they take their bow, they're going to take week 1, hopefully, and just kind of readjust and get things in better shape for next week. And I wouldn't be surprised if even they try and test things out where they do, maybe, possibly, you know, bring in Escalera, for example, or maybe Sensui goes in the jungle, or maybe they just kind of shuffle things around a little bit for week 2.
I mean, Twisted Minds, for this series at least, they felt less experimental. It's like they went for a safer route, which wasn't entirely that bad for them. We've seen glimpses of how they're able to manage either the early game in game number 1 or at least in game number 2, have somewhat of an idea of how to counter the Liquid Stampede with a similar approach to how they did against them in game number 1, but it's at the end of the day still lacking. So Twisted Minds, admittedly, they know that themselves. They have quite a number of things to address, but that doesn't mean that it's entirely impossible for the Twisted Minds.
Definitely so, and again, we'll see what happens there. But first off, we're going to throw it over to the stage for our winner's interview with our hosts.
Undefeated ang Team Liquid Philippines by the end of week number 1. Cavalry, ano masasabi nyo doon? Really alive and well. Congratulations, gentlemen. I'm sure that you guys are very happy about this. Oheb, na-interview kita kanina and nakalaban mo si Haji, your former teammate, and you've defeated him. How does it feel na, you know, that's your former teammate but you're part of a new squad now? Kamusta ang panalo kontra kay Haji Z?
Masaya naman kasi undefeated kami ngayong week, tsaka maganda yung laro. Pero so lang sabihin sa Twisted tsaka sa mga dati kong kampe, bawi lang. Parang kaya pa nila.
Really good team.
Week 1 pa lang naman eh. Week 1 pa lang naman eh.
Week 1 pa lang, mahaba-haba pa ang season. But I think, Karltzy, hindi lang si Oheb ang may teammate doon, right?
Yes, you're right, Hans. Kasi kausapin din natin dito si Sanford. Hello, Sanford. Okay, hindi lang kasi si Oheb ang may former teammate sa Twisted Minds. Ikaw rin with James and Outplayed. Lalo na si James, kaka-champion lang yan galing Indonesia. Ikaw, world champion ka rin. Ano namang nararamdaman mo ngayon na kaharap mo na sila after ilang seasons?
Kahit magkalaban po kami, sobrang saya po na nabigyan na sila ng spotlight and sila pa yung main 5. So sobrang saya ko para sa kanila and sana bumawi lang sila.
Okay. Support pa rin talaga for the former teammates. Kahit rivals sila ngayon, friends pa rin naman talaga in real life.
Alright, that's good to know. Chichika kasi ako ni Sanji kanina, pero hindi.
Ano ba yan?
Lipat natin kay Karl. Karltzy, with this one, I think I've asked a lot of questions regarding the other teams. Pero para sa'yo, I wanna know more about your perspective kay Oheb. Kasi ngayon, parang kinilig ka.
Magtabi naman kayo, ayan.
Sige nga, magtabi nga kayo, boys. Pasintabi lang ha. Iwan muna natin yung dalawa. Magtabi nga kayo. Okay, Karl, bakit ba fit na fit sa sistema ng Team Liquid Philippines? Oheb, huwag ka umalis! Yan, dyan ka lang. Okay, Karl. Bakit ba fit na fit sa sistema ng Team Liquid Philippines si Oheb?
Ano lang po, para ang saya niya kasi kasama niya, good vibes lang siya lagi. Tapos di kami nagkakapikunan, ganun.
Good vibes lang lagi. Oheb, sorry, babalik ko sa'yo. Bakit naman feel mo fit na fit ka sa sistema ng Team Liquid?
Ano naman, kasi parang ano eh, yung mga, siguro tingin ko sa age din eh. Parang magkaka-age kami kasi halos lahat eh. Kaya parang nagkaka-vibes kami. Si Dad lang hindi.
Flattered si JP. Flattered si JP. You'll have to see it. You'll have to see it. Pero actually, I just have one more question. Actually, ikaw lang ang magtanong. Like, maybe more on the message to all of them, right?
Okay, kita naman natin dito, punong-puno ang fans nyo sa Cavalry. So, okay, si JP.
Sige,
JP.
5,
Ano namang
4,
message?
yan.
Ano namang message mo, JP, sa mga fans nyong dumalo dito? Pati na rin sa mga nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan.
Thank you po sa pag-support saka sa mga daming fans kasi ni Kel eh. Kaya dumami kami lalo.
There we finally have it, your winners, and I repeat, undefeated in week number 1, Team Liquid Philippines. You may now take your walk of victory. And for the second time this season, you may now take your bow. Alam mo, nagkwekwentuhan kami ni Coach RC back in the player room. Sabi niya, tsamba lang daw lahat ng bagay, but I think it's very well calculated.
Ganyan talaga kapag iba yung klase ng suporta ng mga fans. Kaya rin siguro tuloy-tuloy yung momentum nila.
Kaya tuloy din ang ngiti ni Karltzy at ni Oheb heading on to week number 2 of Season 15. But as of the moment, let's talk to our casters about what happened in that game.
I'll tell you what happened there. Over on stage, Oheb mentioned that they all get along and he fits so well because they're all about the same age. And that's even for Daddy JP there. And I think I would fit pretty well over there too, man.
Yeah.
I'm about their age.
Give or take, yeah?
Give or take, but
You and me both.
you and me both. Maybe Brig is probably closer over there, but I will say this.
Too old.
Too old. Too old. Surprise, guys. Surprise. All to the Brigadudes out there. But that's the thing. Oheb has fit so well in that lineup, and I will gladly say I think they are the cleanest team so far in week 1. Most dominant, and I would love to know, too, if this is probably the fastest series or at least one of the fastest series because very quick games for this last match between our teams for week 1. We're going to look at the MVP, and, of course, it's going to be Karltzy, none other than him, for the Suyo pick on this MVP performance.
There's something about Karltzy today and his retribution.
Yeah.
Even on the Joy, just driving past all the members fighting in front of the turtle and taking it for himself.
You know what I think it is? Like, there's like this hidden thing with Karltzy's retribution that it kind of like demoralizes the enemy team. Like usually when it happens, like earlier on, things just start falling apart.
Actually.
It's the aura.
It's the aura.
He is the first player in the history of the game to get 2 World Championships.
That's true.
Started playing at what, 13, 14?
you kind of forget
and
that he started that young.
Yeah, he's still here.
He just has it in him.
I'm afraid of Karltzy.
Yeah, when he walks past me, even I don't feel, I feel like I'm shorter than him.
You feel inferior.
Yeah.
What more, his enemies.
I think I'm shy to say hello to all players, but all the more for
Them too to you.
Yeah.
What?
I think the feeling's mutual, Brigida.
Oh, well.
Moving on.
Okay. Anyway, looking at the highlights right here for that 9-minute game we've seen before they immediately put a close to the series. It was just really Team Liquid Philippines being full-on aggressive against Twisted Minds. They weren't afraid of going down even. They were so confident that the trades wouldn't entirely favor Twisted Minds regardless of what happened. They were just that well farmed up. Even for Oheb, right? That 403 KDA before ending the game. I don't think they needed to be extra careful at this point. They were just so ahead against Twisted Minds. It's hard to think of a way for Twisted Minds to deal with all of this, even when they already have the Hilda, the Katotkacha in their hands, and MPtheKing, he had a great early game.
Not just MP, the whole of Twisted Minds. If you'll remember, there was a point in the game where the score was like 5-0, and everything was going Twisted Minds' way, and for some reason, on the flick of a dime, Liquid takes control.
They came in with the JBL speakers, man.
And then they blasted it.
They blasted it. That's exactly what happened.
They were waiting. They were like, Karl, come on, Karl!
Karl, take him out!
Yeah, baby!
Yeah, baby! And that's when it all happened, man.
I don't know if it started from that objective that he took, but there's a reason why you see his face twice.
Yep.
Here in front of your screens. He's the rich guy in the carry.
We thought 946 was crazy
He
in the
beat-
game one.
Yeah, he beat Oheb.
It's 1,022.
He was farming dudes.
He was.
Since we had a very hard time. That's like a thought catcher that, I mean, granted that...
Week as a whole for Twisted Minds. They have a lot to do in this off time before week 2. And for TLPH, it's exciting, I got to say, because you know, we saw the struggles that they had even last season, kind of throughout the season and everything else, and so it just seems like they're all kind of locked in, but at the same time, like they're having fun, you know, so far in week 1, and that seems to be the thing. Even when you see them usually on camera, like the smiles are out, and there are, you know, it's all good vibes, I would say.
Yeah, it's funny to think that a lot of the SODs coming in from Oheb at the game were targeted at Hajizi. I mean, he's the stationary person of the team. And so it felt like Hajizi was the constant way for Oheb to get into the team fight. And it was very unfortunate. Like, Twisted Minds couldn't respond to when they were up against 4. But when Oheb joins in the fight, it becomes a lot more harder.
Yes, exactly that. But what I admire about kind of how he's always been is like he is one of those out, you know, when you look back at the history and play style, which also earned him that, you know, the Filipino sniper, like that. The fact that that's that he has taking these fights, and sometimes he'd be away from TLPH, but confident in his own skill and positioning that he'll take those fights half the time.
And what? 4 years since his debut, he's still playing this way?
Yeah.
Just a quick reminder, when Oheb debuted in Season 7, he had one hell of a run. Season 7 champion, Season 8 champion, M3 world champion. Grand finals in MSC too.
I think for the first series, we thought that the connection between Oheb and JP was terrifying enough. But today we see Oheb connected with every single member and the other members too. The Sansan, you mentioned it. We've seen a lot more connection from Team Liquid Philippines. The Cavalry's definitely happy with the current situation that they're in.
They should be, because here are the standings after week 1. Infinite standings for us. TLPH is on top. Right, they've got the 2 points, but they're 4-0 for the game record. Of course, Rora is there too. Again, a team and a fan base that's super happy to see their performance so far. Onic being 1-1, they got 1 point. The rest of the teams too, Falcon, TNC, have 1 point. TNC, that was a great victory for them too. Finally getting, you know, rid of that streak that they held on, that loss streak for so long. And then we got AP, Bren, Smart Omega, and Twisted Minds there, sitting at 0 points.
Again, Season 14 rules apply to Season 15.
Yes,
a win is a win. We only really go back to series wins, 2-1s, 2-0s, once head-to-heads happen, when ties occur. So as it is, it's a point to win.
Yep. As of now, we're seeing a lot, but it's just week 1, and these are bound to really change. Hopefully, especially for those at the lower half of our standings. But we're seeing an opposite here in Fansiklaban.
Again, we talked about the Fansiklaban earlier. This is our fans competition and tournament that goes on. So we do invite everyone to join on this. This is Season 2, by the way. So there are the Bees up there at the top. We got multiple 1 points here, you know, but we got 1-0, 1-0. Kabarangay, the Green Falcons, Phoenix Army, the Sonics, Auroras, the Mines, and the Cavalry. They're 0-2. So we got some vice versa going on here with the Fansiklaban. But also remind you that they have their own playoffs once we get there. So this is an ongoing thing throughout the regular season.
Hey, this makes sense. The Cavaliers are for a good time. So they're having fun with their games.
They are.
They're not sweaty about it.
They're not.
I mean, at least for the Cavalry here, or for all of our on-site audience, even if let's say the game ended quite quickly, you still get the chance to, of course, spend time with your idols, right? There are photo ops happening right outside if you do decide to watch here in Green Sun Makati. And that's some opportunity for you to interact with your idols, right?
Yes, they should. Not only for that, but they should buy their tickets while you can, because The next week's tickets, I believe, are on sale now. You guys can check that out online to buy your tickets. And not only do you get to watch the games here, but you also get to join a ton of the activities outside of the MPL PH arena as well. And Time Zone has brought games for you guys. There's a whole lot of goodies and team merch that you guys can join. So again, we hope to see you guys here in the Green Sun Makati MPL PH arena in the weeks to come, because the season is just getting started. And week 1 has now concluded, and it's been amazing so far. I think a lot of predictions are out the window already, which I say is a good thing. And you get to go ahead and reshoot your videos eventually for week 2, of course. But we hope you guys have joined us. Any final thoughts here for the week?
I am happy to be wrong. Like, that's just the beauty of predicting and a league that's as strong as MPL PH. I'm glad to be wrong. I can't wait to see y'all in week 2.
I am looking forward
Got the
to.
gavel.
This is one of the Time Zone freebies, though.
Did you actually win it?
Yeah, I got it. But yeah, I'm excited to see the teams next week. Hopefully a lot bounce back.
Well, again, it's me, Naisu, Lil, and Brig. We're going to see you guys next week. Let's throw it over to the stage.
And with all of the matches being done, this ends our very first week of MPL Philippines Season 15. May mga nakilala tayong mga bagong teams, bagong lineups, at syempre, mga bagong manlalaro. Karltzy, how's that for your first day?
Well, Hans, as Odin and Jamie already mentioned, ibang klase pala talaga ang energy dito mismo sa loob ng MPL Arena. Nakakawang energy ng mga fans.
And you know what? There's a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming, a lot of chanting, and of course, a lot of new things. Inumpisahan yan ng TNC Pro Team as they got their very first win early in the season. Way better than what happened from before.
And let's not forget, TLPH win against their longtime rivals, ang roster ng Team Falcons.
And not only that, because you also have Aurora beating Onyx Philippines in that fated star matchup, getting their revenge against the Super Family.
And of course, pati na rin nangyari kanina with Fuse 200 match milestone. Kaya excited na ako sa mga paparating na aksyon sa susunod na linggo.
Kaya in behalf of Karltzy, my name is Hans Galeria at nagpapasalamat kami sa inyong lahat na nagpunta dito sa venue and to everybody else who is watching at the comfort of their own homes. Magkikita-kita ulit tayo sa susunod.
Racing. Don't miss any MPL action. Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube page on TikTok for more content. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.